Let's disappear without goodbye and say we've gone mad. So let's float away toward the moon and the stars and let them all talk about how hopeless we are. Oh, who cares? 'Cause it's true. Hopelessly in love with you.
Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome. This is the hybrid commission meeting of September 13th, 2023 from an undisclosed location in Miami Beach. We're actually in the Miami Beach Convention Center because there is work being done in the commission chambers. So forgive if we have some issues of moving people around because no one's ever done this before, and many of our participants might be, for the first time, trying to figure out how we are going to take community input in this thing. So let's begin with our city clerk to provide some Zoom information for the public.
Good morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the temporary commission chamber located at the Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225, Miami Beach, Florida. The public is encouraged to attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us, or by telephone, and I'm going to repeat the local number. Its telephone number is 305-224-1968, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, the webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we start, Sutnick, let me just thank the city staff, especially Marcia, for putting together this and all the folks that worked on it to make sure we had a public meeting room that was available to the public, easy to get access to, and also allow us to do our work for the city. So with that, we're going to start the Sutnick Citizens Forum, which is going to last exactly 30 minutes. So it's 8:44, so let's go to 9:15. And I'm going to ask our esteemed clerk to sort of call on people from both people that are here and people that are online. If you are online, if you're here, I can see the bullpen is getting pretty filled. We're going to alternate, but at some point it's just going to be you all. Try to, if you're on deck, come up a little closer so there's not a lot of time between speakers. Okay, let's go, Ralph.
Thank you, sir. We're going to start here in the audience. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Michael Canalupo. I'm a Miami Beach homeowner and founder and creative director of Enlightening the Multitude, a production company that is pre-approved as a cultural programming vendor by the city's administration. Since March, my team of visionary creatives, community leaders, event producers, and security advisors have been listening to the concerns of Miami Beach residents, commissioners, police, parks, and business improvement districts on the time period formerly known as spring break. As stated in Commissioner Minor's item R9J, our team has presented to him a feasible, secured perimeter, privately operated, family-friendly, immersive event that with swift action can be implemented with great success for March of 2024. Our solution is Soulful, a free and donation-based art, culture, and sustainability fair that incentivizes local cultural organizations and individuals to activate Loomis Park and Ocean Drive with uplifting programming from March 4th to March 17th, 2024. It is stated that in R9J that our city manager and new chief of police have been briefed on the solution. I am speaking now to urge the mayor to hear item R9J today and to present each of you with our presentation of renders, experience, and solutions. Soulful is our city's opportunity to change the national narrative while alleviating the burden on police, businesses, and residents. Thank you. And I would like to come up and
If you can leave it there, we'll hand it out.
okay.
Our first virtual speaker is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. As so often, your video and your audio are unsynced. A little disconcerting for the public. Otherwise, the new chamber seemed to be working fine. I'm speaking on behalf of Meridian Court community and as a resident of Flamingo Park. And I want to begin by thanking Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez for her legislation to enhance the fencing requirements for for vacant lots and boarded up buildings. MCC has made every effort to push that legislation through, and we are grateful for her for that. But more to the point today, the somewhat mystifying news, but of a wonderful, seemingly last-ditch effort to save the South Shore Community Center. Whatever the commissioner has in mind, I'd like to urge the commission to listen to the plan. My only caveat is that we keep 5th Street in mind as the best possible location for a new fire station whose need has been demonstrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and Mr. Clerk. Jerry Libin, representing Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, along with a lot of our distinguished leadership, Aaron Tandy, our current chair, Richard Siegel, our chair-elect, Robin Jacobs, Michael Goldberg, miss anybody? Freddie Peterson is here, Sheila Duffy-Lehrman. Anyway, I'm here in one of my last official acts as the president and CEO of the Chamber to pridefully introduce you to Brittany Besant, our new president and CEO. She actually started on Monday. I'll be transitioning with her through the end of the year. But I want you to know, and I want the community to know, that Brittany is really a force to be reckoned with, and we're going to be very, very proud of the work she does. She has previously led Chamber South in Cutler Bay for the past 6 years as their president and CEO. She worked with 7 mayors and commissioners of those 7 communities to help build economic development on behalf of her membership, so really knows her way around various city halls. Well-regarded, highly respected leader throughout Dade County. We got many, many letters of recommendation from her. She worked with Commissioner Fernandez in County Hall and County Commissioner Bell's office, and we are really privileged and proud to have her join the Miami Beach Chamber as our new president and CEO. If you could, I'd like to just give her the remainder of our time to say hello.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jerry. Very, very, very large shoes to fill following in Jerry's footsteps. He's led our chamber incredibly for these past 13 years, I believe. But I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much to the Miami Beach community for the warm welcome and really embracing me with open arms. I look forward to working alongside every single one of you to promote local economic growth and development here for the city of Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Bruce Backman. Mr. Backman, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello? Okay, good. I'm speaking in opposition to R50, live ambient entertainment in Sunset Harbor. Commissioners Richardson and Ariola placed great weight on a poll from Whitehall Research. But of 639 residents sent the survey, only 87 people responded, barely 13.6% of Sunset Harbor voters. 86% or more did not respond. Of those, 56 respondents would support a jazz brunch during limited times. But that was only 8.76% of all Sunset Harbor voters, a negligible number. Conveniently, the pollster did not ask residents whether they would support a rap happy hour, even though the city attorney notes that under the First Amendment, once you allow music, you cannot specify what type of music is allowed. The survey also asked if clowns at birthday parties should be permitted, but never asked residents about special events that would be permitted under the ordinance. 4 events per venue, times about 20 restaurants would bring about 80 special events to our tiny 6-block neighborhood. It would be total chaos. The pollster also neglected to ask of residents, do you trust the city to enforce noise limits? Do you believe ambient is an objective standard? Do you think up to 80 special events in Sunset Harbor per year is acceptable? The results of this Whitehall survey were not credible. While the sponsor criticizes the bias of the SHNA, the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association petition, that at least drew more than 200 signatures against live entertainment. This Whitehall research poll found only 56 people in favor of a jazz brunch and even less for live clowns, not surprisingly. So stop clowning around with this proposal, drop it until you know how to measure noise and how to enforce an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Stuart Reed, and I'm here to plead to all of the commission and to the administration as a dog owner for the safety, for the life and safety of our dogs in South Point. I learned the hard way of why it's important to enforce the no fishing laws along the shoreline. I was sitting on a bench between Washington Avenue and Smith-Walensky's with my dog. She jumped off the bench for a second behind me. I picked her back up. She had a fishing line coming out of her mouth. It was a Sunday night. I had to run to the dog emergency place. Fortunately, they had an endoscope, and they were able to find it and pull it out. But it was very expensive, and it was very traumatic. And I found out from them at the pet emergency and online, it's very common because, you know, dogs will eat anything off the ground. With the endoscope, they said, oh, there's the shrimp. Okay? So I'm the first person who's come before the administration, before the city. But has it happened to other people? Could it happen to other people? I still go there. It happened 4 months ago. I see people fishing along the shoreline, and I talk to the police there. I talk to the park ranger. They're like, they're not allowed to fish. I show them the signs. No fishing is just one of the things there. Oh, okay, so then they'll enforce it. I've asked them to speak to their supervisors, so it becomes, but it hasn't happened. It was just a few days ago where I saw 2 officers in a cart near somebody fishing. Every time I ask them, they're very polite, and they go ahead and they enforce it. But the last time, they had a good suggestion. We need to have no fishing signs. Specifically, no fishing signs, not just lost there in all of the rules of the park. And the fishing signs could say, no fishing, it's dangerous for our pets and wildlife. Something like that, because I'm the only person that you've heard from. But it's a danger to anybody. And South Point Park is very popular for dog owners. There's a dog park there. So please enforce the no fishing laws in South Point Park.
Thank you, sir.
Along the shore. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Philip Lyons. Mr. Lyons, state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Quick shout out to Brittany Bassan, who is the new person of the Chamber on Miami Beach. I'm past chairman of the Chamber South. Anyways, I was calling. I moved to Miami Beach a year and a half ago, live at Eden House at 6700 Indian Creek Drive. And I have observed for the last year and a half the boats that pass by, mainly yachts that traverse through the Alton Road Bridge. I always assumed that this would be a no-wake zone, but obviously it's not. And I was hoping maybe some signs could be posted. I'm also treasurer of our condo, and we are facing a large bill to repair our seawall. And I'm assuming that most of that damage has been done by the wake. Occasionally, I see police patrol boats go through here, but it's occasionally, very rare. And hopefully you guys can do something about that and slow the boat traffic down through this area. And secondly, having lived here a year and a half now, coming off the Juliet Tuttle on Alton, and also going out on 71st towards 79th, the roads are just in terrible shape. Just wonder if any attention is going to be given to those 2 areas in the community. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please, state your name.
Yes, my name is Barbara Goycochea, and I've been a resident of Miami.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Barbara Goycochea. I am a resident of Miami Beach and have been for over 25 years. I am employed by ACT Productions, a Miami Beach-based production company, and have worked with them for 35 years. I want to thank you, Mayor Gelber, city commissioners, attorneys, and our city manager, Elena, allowing me to come up here and make comments about the newest requirement to obtaining a special event permit for the city of Miami Beach. Our city is known for being a destination location, bringing events, and bringing huge revenues to several businesses and puts heads in beds. We have no objections to notifying residents of the city of Miami Beach that are within 1,000 feet of an event footprint and our special event sites where they are going to be in attendance of over 1,000 people. This newest request was introduced at the last commission meeting and through a guidelines meeting that was held. The producers are now required to mail a paper flyer inviting the residents to join a virtual committee review meeting. The majority of these large annual events have been taking place for years. Just as an example, we do expediting for Scope Art Fair that has taken place for over 20 years. And we have been in budgeting and planning for a year now. Asking us to do this new requirement will cost us approximately $5,500 to $6,500 to do, which we were not planning on. The city represents itself as being a green, and sending out a website address link for a virtual meeting really defeats its purposes. Can we ask to postpone this new requirement till we can find an alternative way that makes sense for all of us and that'll be beneficial, and allow our clients enough time to plan and budget for this accordingly? I know the city actually uses communications.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Apologize. Our next virtual speaker is Brian Runick. Mr. Runick, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm speaking today in front of all of you so that you hopefully vote to continue to keep pruning the North Beach Oceanside Park to make it safe. All the comments that I'm about to present are facts that I've received from people working in Parks and Recreation, from Officer Julio Blanco of the Police Department, who has been a neighborhood resource officer for the park for the last 22 years, and from city staff members. Over the last 10 years, city staff, Parks and Recreation, the police, and through unanimous consent from the community, put together the North Beach Oceanside Park plan to refurbish the park so it could be safely used as a modern park in an urban environment. The park is not a wildlife preserve, and it was never intended to be one. There is no place in an urban environment for wild animals. In fact, as many of you know, we currently pay to remove iguanas, raccoons, and possums from the park because they carry diseases and are aggressive. For the last 20 years, the park has been deemed unsafe by the police as a result of the stabbings, shootings, open-air sex, drug dealings, and 2 murders, the latest the child in 2011, that have occurred in the park. These nefarious activities are occurring because of the hiding spots that have been created from the undergrowth that has accumulated within the park over these last 20 years. In addition, this undergrowth prevents people from using these shade tree areas. I urge you to please go to the park at 87th and Collins, as this is the only area that is mostly complete, and you will see how the pruning, which again is only up to 8 feet in height, has cleared these areas and made them safe and usable. This pruning is only up to 8 feet in height and does not change the park's character or disrupt its natural habitat. Importantly, this pruning was called for in the North Beach Oceanside Park plan that was developed with community support and unanimity over the last 7 to 10 years. Also, there are fallen trees that have posed a danger and that have just recently fallen that should also be allowed to, so that this pruning should also be allowed to continue. Please, I urge you to allow the pruning to be completed, which was previously approved by the commission and the community. And
thank you. Our next speaker is, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you all this morning. My name is Joanne Green. I'm an event producer here in Miami Beach, and I'm here today on behalf of 3 of the largest events that take place in Miami Beach: Design Miami, Sister Fair to Art Basel, the South Beach Wine and Food Festival, and the Air and Sea Show. And I'd like to echo the comments my colleague made about the recent mandate to mail out to immediate residents surrounding a special event site. It's archaic. Myself and my colleagues fully support further communication with area residents, and we would like to do everything that we can to further that communication, but we're asking the Commission respectfully to pause what was passed last session and to allow us, the special events community, to come together and provide some better alternatives that don't cost in excess of $4,000. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Pamela Broomer. Go ahead, please. Pamela, unmute yourself, please. PJ, we're going to go to Matthew Marr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Marr, and I'm a associate professor of sociology at FIU, and I've done research on homelessness in Miami and elsewhere for the past few decades. I just want to speak out against the motion to criminalize homelessness in Miami Beach. Criminalization has not worked anywhere to reduce homelessness. It ends up hurting people, saddling people with barriers to actually access housing, and it can be very traumatizing. Also, the timing of this motion, I believe City of Miami Beach residents have, in a straw poll, voted that they want to participate in the penny tax to increase housing in the county for people experiencing homelessness. So it's kind of odd that you're promoting a criminalization motion. Also, I believe the county is getting more vouchers for housing, and Miami Beach is implementing a new innovative outreach program. So I think it makes sense to see how that works before turning to criminalization. And I also wonder how you plan to monitor the effectiveness of this criminalization measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Sali Stojanovic. I'm the owner of the Function Productions. I'm just here in support of what my colleagues Barbara and Joanne were saying about the mail-in, and I also want to offer you guys that when it comes to events, rules, and regulations, there is a bunch of us here. I've been in business for over 30 years. There is like other event producers that have been working on events, same. So please, like, get us involved in these decisions, because we have a lot of feedback and experience in this. So again, just we're asking you to involve us in these decisions a little bit more than what's going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Carla. Carla, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name.
Hi, Carla. My name is Carla Probus, 2017 North Bay Road. I'm sent a letter to you, Commissioner Ariola, from Mike Tirico, NBC Sports, in support of Muhammad Ali to be honored today. I know that that's an agenda item later in the agenda. I also wanted to speak out. I'm a little bit upset that it seems like every time that the committee meets, they try to blackball someone. Last time it was Maddie Bauer, George Gonzalez, and I think they need to rectify the zero system. I don't think that's right. I don't think that someone like Russell Galbut or Muhammad Ali or even the mayor's father was given like a 55. I just think they need a better system of people trying to game the system by blackballing people with a zero. So Commissioner Ariel, if you could read the letter I sent you from NBC Sports, Mike Tirico, into the record, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Will do.
Carla Probus, 2017.
Thank you. Next, please, state your name.
Good morning. My name is Liz Ehlert. I'm here with 2 board members from 1925 Washington Avenue. This is a very hot topic, the Barclay, which we defended last time. I want to thank the city and all the commissioners. We've met with a lot of you and seen a lot of concern and care. Our main issue is that the city's owned it for 10 years. We don't have a lot of confidence, as I talked about last time, that there's going to be all of a sudden a renewed list of developers and a lot of cash flow coming in to save this property. It's unlike a lot of these other sort of news media buildings where it's sort of a parade of issues meeting the front lines of the newspaper. This is a small 4 or 5 story building that is protected. It has homeless people in it, drugs, vermin, trash, feces, death. Carolina has seen a dead body. I think we can visualize that from last time. We have also since met with the Peebles Company, and while others may have their ideas about it, I honestly am standing personally up for what they can do, their capabilities. They've proven it over and over, and I think they're committed, and until we see sort of anyone that comes close to it, they certainly seem viable. But if the city has it in your control, it'll be another 5 years, and it's unacceptable.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Lori Bakum. Lori, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. I'm here on behalf of Power Access and the South Beach Jazz Festival to also ask for reconsideration of the new mailing ordinance for special events. We are a small local nonprofit. However, we have grown our festival so that our free events do have more than 1,000 attendees at each one. We do Saturday and Sunday on Lincoln Road. It's well established. We're also adding an additional free Friday night Collins Park event this year. Hopefully, this ordinance to mail would really significantly impact our ability to do that. We do reach out to every neighborhood association. We do community outreach, and we do notify, but virtual notification is what we would like to see. We appreciate the community. They attend our events and support us, but a snail mail will really impact our ability to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Carolina Sardi. Many of you might put now together my face with my emails because I've been emailing the city for so many years about the Barclay Plaza building that we live next to it. I want to thank the city manager and all the employees that every time I email or we call, they come and clean, board the building, but we have seen it all in there. I've been emailing the city since 2016 about this building. I have been promised since 2019 that you guys will redevelop the building. And frankly, I don't think that we can wait any longer. I pretty much, feel like the babysitter of the Barclay Plaza because my windows overlook that building. And every time I see something, we have to call, email, and all of that. So I know that it's a project that you guys will discuss. And there is a lot of back and forth, about if it's a proper contract or not. And I think, that comes from you guys, are the ones that have to deal with contracts and ensure that, you vote in favor of the community because we've been, suffering this situation for too many years. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Next, please. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Kaitan Kochi. I live in 1925 Washington Avenue, also next to the Barclay Plaza. I want to second and third the opinions voiced by the two speakers before me. I do want you to consider the proposal that's in front of you currently and the only proposal to develop that building because of the various issues that we've been dealing with, drugs, homelessness, vermin. And if the city hasn't made a deal in the last 7-8 years, and specifically in the last 2 years where the economic environment was so good to sell property in Miami, the only proposal that's in front of you right now is the only one that's there. So please consider that one by legacy to redevelop that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Snavely. I'm professor of law at the University of Miami. I was co-counsel in the Pottinger litigation, and I'm here on behalf of MCARE, the Miami Coalition to Advance Racial Equity, and with me here is our chair and executive director, David Peary. Excuse me. I strongly urge the commission to reject the proposed anti-camping ordinance. The city is deeply mistaken in asserting that this ordinance is constitutional because it's a copy of Orlando's ordinance. It's true that the 11th Circuit upheld that ordinance against a challenge, but in that case, the court specifically noted and rested the holding on the fact that the city shelter in Orlando always had spaces and no one had ever been turned away. That's not the case here. The city of Miami Beach has 0 shelter spaces because it has no homeless shelters. And so this offer of shelter in this context is really a draconian message. If you are homeless, then you need to get out of town or be arrested. And even if it were somehow acceptable to use all of Miami-Dade, there are about 1,000 more people experiencing homelessness than there are shelter beds. Now, if the city is looking for an analog, I would suggest Grants Pass, Oregon. That city, too, outlawed camping in public. It had 600 or so homeless people, 0 shelter spaces. Grants Pass told the federal district court, no problem, people can leave town, maybe find shelter elsewhere. The court found them to violate the 8th Amendment, and the 9th Circuit upheld it. Now, the city of Miami learned the hard way that you can't arrest your way out of homelessness. It had 20 years under a federal consent decree and paid millions of dollars in damages and attorney's fees, about $2.8 million in today's dollars, as a result of its arrests of homeless people simply for being homeless. In short, this ordinance will do nothing to address the underlying problems and will put the city of Miami Beach at the risk of learning an expensive lesson. Thank you.
Sir. Our next virtual speaker is Johan Myers. Mr. Myers, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jonas Myers. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, and I just wanted to use this time to voice my support for putting Russell Galbert to reconsider him for the Wall of Fame. I believe that he was unfairly blackballed the last time, and due to his contributions to the Jewish community, especially the Jewish community in Miami Beach, that he really should be reconsidered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker first.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commission and Administration, my name is Glenn Hall, Chair of the BAC and President of Lagos Pine Tree HOA. I wanted to show you my support for the Legacy Barclay proposal. This proposal is by right development. There's no waivers or increased FAR requests or exceptions being requested from Commission. Unlike the cynical Clevelander proposal, this is not a high-rise project being shoehorned into the district. The historic facade and elements will be retained. The project is not opposed by the Miami Design Preservation League. The creation of permanent workforce housing in a mixed income project, in many of those become 100% market when the debt actually burns off and it's get paid off. And this is not the case in this development. There's going to be $300,000 upfront for the city, $150,000 per year, putting a property back on the tax rolls after being vacant, as mentioned before, for over 7 years. There will be 35% MWBE participation in contract and procurement. Not a requirement of the city, but a standard practice for a black-owned developer, Legacy, based in Miami Beach, whose CEO is an HBCU graduate like myself. So there'll be minority participation. And lastly, the creation of 5,800 square feet on-site commercial space for potential restaurant, medical creative, and office spaces. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, it is 9:15. Sutnick.
We'll do 2 more.
2 more?
Yeah.
Okay, we have
That's
Mr.
all.
Roberts.
There's another, this afternoon, there'll be another one.
Wayne Roberts is virtually. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I just want to note that the issues with homeless in Miami Beach, at least, is not a racial issue. I think there's as many whites or many more whites than blacks. It's not an issue for a concern for racism, which I deplore. But we do have a problem. And to do nothing or to allow, and I'm a liberal in many ways, to do nothing is not supporting the homeless, and that's what a lot of liberals talk about. They want us to just leave them on the street, destroying our quality of life, our economic base, and that's not the answer. And Geraldo Rivera started this back in the 70s when he went into a deplorable mental hospital, and there were thousands of people. It looked like a Holocaust. You got to be old enough to remember it. And we certainly need to support the homeless and the insane in a manner that's human. But leaving them on the street is not the answer. And Orlando is a much larger city, so to say that Miami Beach needs to have it local is ridiculous, because Orlando is 15 to 18 miles away. So we're not any further for the homeless in terms of transport. So I want an answer. I want an answer from government, not liberals, government, to house these people appropriately and to get them off the street so that we're safe, because 40% of the crime is is initiated by the homeless here in Miami Beach.
Thank you,
From
sir.
Statistics I heard.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Haskell. I'm an attorney with the Community Justice Project and have been a resident of South Beach for 14 years. I'm here to urge you to rethink the camping ordinance like those who have spoken before me, and even Mr. Roberts, I agree. Leaving people on the street is not the answer, but you have the power to think creatively about solutions to provide services for people, to provide bathrooms, to provide showers, to provide even a shelter. Rethink how you're spending money and move away from criminalization, which just gets our most vulnerable people out of town, like the draconian state that Professor Snavely has mentioned. A city cannot police its way out of homelessness. You can look to the city of Miami Beach to understand that. What you can do is be a leader in exploring creative solutions and use funds for these services. I have heard that crime is down in Miami Beach, but that people's perception of crime is up, and therefore we must respond to that. But you can respond to that by fighting that misperception and serve all of your residents, and that includes the houseless residents. Don't attack the most vulnerable people to cater to this misperception. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, everybody, for coming. That's the final speaker for Sutnick. There will be another Sutnick at 1 o'clock. Is that after our?
Yes, sir.
Where we'll have another half hour of essentially open mic. I apologize that we can't hear everybody. All right, welcome to our meeting in the Convention Center. At this time, where's Joe? Joe Gomez? Michelle? Oh, he's on his way. Okay. All right, well, we'll wait for a second. Yeah, go ahead, Alina, while you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Commission. Good morning. I just want to take the opportunity to make a couple quick opening comments about our new home, a temporary home. Want to take the opportunity to thank Freddie Peterson and the team at the Miami Beach Convention Center for the outstanding cooperation and hosting us, as well as the Sodexo folks. Also want to take the opportunity to thank our amazing staff from facilities, from economic development. Heather, thank you for your leadership. Our communications department, PJ and his team, and what it's taken to bring us here. Thank you very much to all of them. Want to just comment that the security measures that you're experiencing are tied to respecting the protocols at the convention center. So I want to thank our police department for facilitating all of that. For the benefit of the public, we do have an overflow room available in case we ever get to the point where we have maximum capacity here. We have televisions available in the overflow room immediately adjacent to this room. We also have tried to recreate working conditions for our staff so they can continue operating throughout the day, and we've made accommodations for that as well. If anyone has any feedback from today, we're obviously welcome to feedback. We want to make sure that we improve upon the setting that we have here today. And again, we hope, Mr. Mayor, that it is effective and that we can transmit to our public and to our residents effectively today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all the fine work you all did to set this up. Okay, we got Joe Gomez. Come on, Joe. Joe is our Public Works Director, and at my invitation, he'll be giving us an inspirational message to start our meeting. He recently earned, his department recently earned its 4th APWA reaccreditation. We appreciate the work you do and as well as the people who work at your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together safely after the summer recess. Guide us so that we may work together in the best interest of our city. Give strength and comfort to our families who sacrifice being apart from us. Protect our first responders and our workers so they go home every day to their families. Guide us to be strong and very courageous in our work and our lives as you commanded of Joshua. Never let us forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice and those who served so that we may be free. All this we do to honor you and ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, we're going to do our pledge, and then we've got, I see Michael Rossi here, so you're going to end the morning activities. You've got, are you singing? Okay, let's first go to our Pledge of Allegiance. Brittany Besant, the new president and CEO of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, why don't you come on up and right from there and stand and face the flag, and you lead us as you're going to be leading our chamber.
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're filling big shoes. He's been a terrific commissioner, resident, and has led the chamber really ably, so we're going to miss you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rossi from the Miami Beach Classical Music Festival. Mr. Richardson got his way. The Miami Beach Classical Music Festival is here. So, not Miami. Okay. That's so you know, that's Laura Fernandez and Seattle Martinez they're locals, correct, Mr. Rossi? And Laura, I think, is a neighbor of our city manager. These are young musicians. The Miami Beach Classical Musical Festival fills our city over the summer especially, but year-long with all sorts of amazing renderings of music and plays and all sorts of offerings that really have changed the cultural canvas of our city. It's actually a school during the summer where you bring in musicians from all over the world to work with some of the best teachers of all of these arts. And while they're here, part of their training is to actually perform in our city. So when you see the Miami Beach Classical Music Festival and you see Mr. Rossi, he is our impresario, and we appreciate everything you do, so thank you. Yeah. All right. All right, Mr. Clerk, the meeting is started. We've done all of our preliminary stuff. Let's hear the announcements.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. Everyone on the dais has a copy of this list. Mayor Gelber has separated item C7B as in boy. So Mayor Gelber, C7B. Commissioner Ariola has separated the following 3 items: C4E, C7AE, C7AF. Again, Commissioner Ariola has separated C4E, C7AE, C7AF. Commissioner Fernandez has requested to separate 1 item. The item is C4M as in Mary, C4M. Commissioner Minor has requested to separate 2 items, C7AJ and C7H. Again, Vice Mayor Minor has requested to separate 2 items, C7AJ, C7H.
Who's the vice mayor?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Richardson. I'm a month behind. Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Richardson has requested to separate the following items: C4E, C7W, C7AE, C7AF, C7AG, C7AH. Again, Vice Mayor Richardson has requested to separate C4E, C7W, C7AE, C7AF, C7AG, C7AH. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez has requested to separate from the consent agenda the following 4 items: C4A, C4O, C7I, C7J. Again, C4A, C4O, C7I, and C7J.
Okay, I'm going to, before we vote on it, just put it in the order that's on our sheets. Commissioner Richardson.
Mayor, just as a point of order, I'd like to annotate that the 4 items that I pulled, the last 4, I pulled because they have budget ramifications, so it's not a comment on the merits of them, but I'd respectfully request that you hear those at 5:01 when we take up the budget, because they will have ramifications on our budget. I'd like them to be considered as part of that conversation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, thank you for that. Thank you for helping us through this, and we'll do exactly what you suggested. Okay, just so we get it right, I'm going to give it in order. C4A, C4E, C4M as in mother, C4O, C7B as in boy, C7H, C7I, C7J, C7AE, C7AF, C7AG, C7AH, and C7AJ. Did I get that?
You missed C7W.
It was just me being tricky. I see that, C7W. Okay. All right, add that. All right, is there someone going to move to
I'll
approve
move
the
it.
consent
Second.
excluding the, moved and seconded, show done without objection. Okay. Thank you all for that. We'll get through some of these items that we've been polled as we get through, especially the financial ones, which we'll do at 5 o'clock.
Mayor, just one final
Yeah.
announcement. On R5M, there's a request to open and continue the item to September 27th. If that is open and continued, it will be heard on September 27th at 5:10 p.m.
Which one?
R5M. We will get to it, but I just have to make the announcement because we will not have time to advertise.
Okay, I'm going to at this time recognize Commissioner Fernandez for a procedural point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, the City Commission approved revised special event requirements, including enhanced notice of proposed special events in the city. And I was on the prevailing side of that motion. At this time, I would like to move to reconsider that item. And my motion today is to approve the new special event requirements, but bifurcating and remove the enhanced mail notice requirements at this time. What I would like to do as part of this motion is to refer the enhanced mail notices to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life meeting for further review.
Okay, the first thing we're going to do is deal with the reconsideration motion. So Commissioner Fernandez has moved for reconsideration. It's seconded. I'll second it. And do you understand, Granada or Paz, what he said? Okay, so
Yes.
the first thing we're going to do is
What do you want to vote on?
we're going to vote on the reconsideration.
Whether
Is
to
there any
reconsider.
objection to the reconsideration? Okay, seeing no objection to the reconsideration, we now, why don't we just take care of it? Is there any real debate on this? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and go to the main item, which tell us what we're.
So the motion, as I understand it, would be to approve the special event requirements, the new requirements, but to separate out the enhanced mail notice requirements, to not approve that at this time, and refer the mail notice issue to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee for further vetting.
Okay, it's been moved by Fernandez. Is it seconded? Everybody seconds it. If we vote yes on this, will everybody here for the special event thing leave? Will they know? We won't need them anymore,
they
right?
want to,
Okay, all right. Show it done without objection. Anyone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone here for the special event issue? It's been settled. We aren't going to have the publication. We will be considering the publication in a subsequent committee meeting. Okay. All right. Let's go through some of the, we don't have anything. Let's go through some of the items that have been pulled. So let's go to C4A.
C4A is a referral to the Charter Review Board, 4-week spacing between general and runoff elections in 2025. Mayor, I asked you if you could sponsor this item. If you wish, I could explain it.
Yeah, but I'm going to first go to Commissioner Rose Gonzalez. I appreciate that, but I'm going to have you respond. But go ahead, Commissioner. You pulled it.
The reason I pulled this item is because sometimes as a candidate, you might not have the same experience from an administrative point of view as you do from a candidate's point of view. So as you know, when you're running for election and you get into a runoff election, it's very stressful. The time is very short. The election, and I understand that the election period is short, but the longer that runoff is, the more pressure there is, and the more that special interests can kind of get involved in this election, and and infuse it with money. And it's incredibly stressful to run in a general election and then have a month-long runoff. We have, and the reason that 2 weeks is fine is because you only have 3 days of early voting. We try to make voting as accessible as we can for people, but people don't realize that early voting is 12 hours long every day. And you have to pay to staff people at the polls. You yourself have to be at the polls for 12 hours every single day. And when we do that for 2 weeks, we do that in the general election. But in a runoff election, if we had a month and we extended that, it's just incredibly stressful. I know that Commissioner Dominguez just had a month-long runoff, and I think that you could probably offer some insight into a month-long runoff. It's incredibly stressful. The shorter that it is, the better I think it is for the candidates. It's because it's just an incredible amount of work. It's exhausting. I mean, it's a referral, and I have no problem referring it. I don't think that I would put it on the ballot because I don't, being a candidate, I don't agree with it. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it. I'll vote for the referral today, but I just wanted to explain my perspective on the month-long runoff.
Okay, why don't we first hear from our clerk, because I think you probably, my understanding was you were doing it with the other elections, and so why don't you explain it, Raphael?
Correct. This request came from Christina White, the Supervisor of Elections. She has made the same request for years now. And she's made the request of the City of Miami, City of Hialeah, and us, because we all have the same type of election period. Their reasoning is that the 2 weeks period is too short for them to turn around an election properly. Their main concern is that to get a vote by mail request, it is due now because the state changed the statute, making it that you have to request it even earlier. It's now due 2 days after the general. So if you're unaware that there's a runoff, you may not be able to get your vote by mail in time. Additionally, their other reasoning is that they have absentee vote by mail ballots that they send overseas. Those usually don't get returned back. So she's requesting that we consider it. So since there is a Charter Review Board going on at this time, we wanted to invite Ms. White to explain that to the Charter Review Board. I would be more than happy also, first of all, you're more than welcome to come, but I can give the Charter Review as part of the agenda your comments today. So, but that's a request. It's coming from the Supervisor of Elections.
Anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't pulled this item because I was supportive of the referral for more discussion, but having experienced the 4-week runoff just last year, I will say that with Thanksgiving in the middle and My particular race had no early voting. It made it extremely difficult. So I would be more in favor of 2 weeks, but I'm happy to learn more.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that the point that, because of the new rules on absentees, imagine 2 days after the election, you have to decide, you have to request, I mean, it's really almost it's almost treacherous when you think about that. And I don't even know when the foreign ballots go out, because I can't imagine they even will get them in a 2-week time frame. So, you know, it really is about participation, but I think it's worth, I appreciate the fact, Commissioner, that you want to refer it for that kind of discussion. But look, it would be, I think probably the better thing would be to have our elections in August and November like everybody else.
That's their initial request, and it has always been their request.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense, and maybe when the committee hears it, they ought to make that, because I think these low turnout November elections, I hate them. I hate them 2 weeks after, and I'll probably hate them 4 weeks after. It's in the middle of everything. Commissioner, you want to be heard?
I agree with you on the August and November elections, and I would rather consider that than the runoff. You make a very good point. We have 2 events that take place. We have Thanksgiving in the middle of this very stressful runoff, so that candidate who's already completely exhausted can't even enjoy Thanksgiving with their family. And then the entire city is getting ready and mobilized for Art Basel, and we have an election happening right in the middle of it. And so it's, in my opinion, and we have said no in the past, I mean, we'll support this referral today. I would support another referral to switch us to the general election, which I think would be a more fair election for everybody because it's less manipulable. No matter what we do in our elections right now, because they're in off years, we get 12,000 votes. It doesn't matter how much you spend. You could spend $5 million or $2 million, we get the same 12,000 votes. I would much rather open it up to our entire electorate of nearly 48,000 people. So I would be very supportive of something like that.
Can we just simply modify the referral to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson moves that.
And just to be clear, it is an even numbered year is what you're requesting, August and an even numbered year?
Yes.
To coincide with.
Well,
would be a
let them discuss that.
Okay.
You guys will, I mean, there's some guide rails that have to be complied with, and once they know that, they can make an informed decision. But let's just, you're gonna look at, you're gonna expand it to not just November, but consider also August and November elections. Okay, let's show the referral done without objection.
So by acclamation, it is referred.
Okay, now let's look at, okay, C4E was pulled by at least Commissioner Areola. We're gonna hear that with R9M at 2 o'clock if anybody's interested in weighing in. Let's go to C4M, which is the tree lighting. Can you pull that up? And I'm going to call, it's Commissioner Minor's item. I'm going to start with Commissioner Fernandez, who pulled it.
Yes, sir. C4M is a referral to Public Safety, Neighborhood, and Quality of Life Committee, tree lighting enhancements in South Beach.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, you pulled the item, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I pulled the item, in fact, because I'm supportive of the item, and as the item properly mentions, in the past, this item has been heard at committee. It's been unanimously supported at committee as well. I had a similar item at one point having to do with Ocean Drive, and the west side of Ocean Drive. Commissioner, my recommendation was, in pulling this item, rather than sending it to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, where it already has been supported, would be instead to send it to the Finance Committee, since this would have a budgetary impact, because that's really where we program for these dollars and eventually put it in the pipeline for the budget.
I support that.
Okay,
You know,
sure.
the reason why I put it on the public safety is it didn't get past finance with a recommendation, so I was going to try to figure out what the weaknesses, or at least the perceived ones were, but I think it's such a good item that I actually agree with you, and I think we should move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's show it referred to Finance, and listen, if Finance doesn't, you can still bring it, obviously, so let's see if we can do that. All right, show C4M without objection referred to the Finance Committee. All right, let's move to C4O, which is Commissioner Areola's item pulled by Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez. Can you call the item, and Commissioner Rosa-Gonzalez, you're recognized.
Item C4O is a referral to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, expired North Beach Town Center Mobility Fee Incentive, C4O.
Okay, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you're recognized.
Okay, so this is a referral to the Land Use Board, and the reason that I pulled this is because people across the city are complaining about that first tower that has gone up on, is it 71st, 72nd Street, that is completely out of scale with the area. At the time that that this was passed, these incentives were also passed, which were to encourage more of the same towers. So to vote in favor of this referral fee would vote to really create a massive town center in an area that to waive mobility fees when there's only 2 lanes of traffic, and these are massive buildings, really makes no sense. I think that these developers who have not gotten their building permit absolutely need to pay the mobility fee. I don't support this referral or any extension of any incentives in that area. And anybody who is out there and talking to the public would understand that I think people are very hesitant about seeing 6 or 8 more buildings of this size going up on with only a 2-lane street that doesn't even belong to the city of Miami Beach. It is a state of Florida road. We don't have the space to expand it unless we build a bridge over it, which I don't see happening anytime soon. There are no traffic solutions to manage it. So in my opinion, these developers should definitely pay the mobility fee, and I would not support any extension of any fee waivers for any buildings going up in the North Beach Town Center area.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola, you're recognized. It's your item.
I would just say, this is simply a referral. I myself, don't know how I totally feel about it. But the request was made, we already had, provisions for waiver of mobility fee. This particular developer in Town Center had some delays due to COVID, so he asked for us to have, take this under consideration and see what, if anything, we might be willing to do with respect to the mobility fee. So it's just a referral to land use and, a discussion, and we'll see where it goes.
Anybody else want to be heard? I would just add, I may agree with you, but I'm not sure I'd stop the referral, so.
I will allow, I'll vote for the referral, but I just wanted to let you know how I felt about this, and especially I think these mobility fees are important, Commissioner Ariola.
And I think it's a fair discussion to have and appropriate in the committee. So, all right, so it referred, thank you for that. Okay, let's go to C7B, which is an item I pulled, and it's the city's state legislative agenda. Is there a staffer? There we go.
Marcia.
She can't get out that way. All right, so as just, you want to pull the item up?
Yes, sir. C7B is approved city's 2024 state legislative agenda.
Yeah, members, the only reason I pulled it was because we recently learned that and a few cities are dealing with this. Weston, I believe, Doral, and a city in Fort Lauderdale already are having the same issue we have with that the Clevelander raised, which is whether the new Live Local ordinance, which was ostensibly supposed to create incentives for affordable housing, whether it's created an avenue for massive height increases that we, as a local government, could not control through our zoning rules. There's been discussion in the papers about this as to whether or not the actual ordinance would allow it or not. I think the lawyer for the Clevelander, in an article I read in the Daily Business Review, seemed to think it might. I'm not sure we do, but it's pretty clear that this is going to be something the legislature will be considering next year, and I just wanted to add the issue to the legislative agenda since we were adopting it. Rafael Paz, why don't you explain, because you guys have looked at this and I know you've spoken probably not just with me, but I'm sure with other commissioners, so why don't you give us what your update is of this?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mayor. So the Live Local Act, as the mayor just said, does provide new incentives for developments that in certain districts, if they're commercial, industrial, or mixed-use districts, where 40%, at least 40% of the project is dedicated to affordable housing. And what the act does is that it provides that a city cannot restrict the height below the highest height currently allowed within 1 mile of the proposed development. It also provides for density bonuses, units per acre, that we don't believe is particularly relevant to us here because we already provide significant density bonuses for affordable housing in our comp plan. The act otherwise requires for a qualifying project to comply with all other requirements of a municipality's zoning code, and that would include the floor area restrictions of our zoning code. The act does not preempt us in any way as to floor area, but I understand, based on the comments in the Herald and in other articles, that there may be an effort to amend the act in the next session. And so that we would want to include this bill as part of our legislative priorities.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
You know, we have, for example, when I think about this law, this affordable housing law, I understand where it's coming from, but what a court of law, okay, according to this, for example, in St. Augustine, the oldest structure, I think, in the entire state of Florida, you could literally build an affordable housing tower next to it, right, in that Spanish fort. You could build an affordable housing tower next to the Breakers Hotel, anywhere. So can we sue the legislature? I think that Miami Beach, we should be the people to push forward, start a lawsuit. This way, other cities could join us. I'm positive that they will. We could work with the Miami Design Preservation League, and I think we need to flex a little bit of muscle and explain to these and show that different cities are going to join in this lawsuit. Otherwise, we're going to have the same situation year after year, and it's exhausting emotionally, mentally. I mean, if that Clevelander proposal were to come through, I was going to ask all of us to take legal action. But why don't we just take preventative legal? Let's be proactive on this.
And if I could address that, Commissioner. So number one, we haven't received a proposal from the Clevelander, so there is no proposal right now. What we understand from what was reported in the Herald was that their proposal exceeds their available FAR. So if and when we do receive that proposal, we would have no choice but to reject it if it does not comply with the current floor area restrictions in the code. And if any party requests an FAR increase, well, then that is the City Commission's prerogative, and those discussions could certainly happen. But in terms of processing that application, there is no project that would exceed FAR, that we cannot approve a project that would exceed a FAR without City Commission approval of an FAR increase. So in terms of the broader question, we have worked with and spoken with council for some of the municipalities that Mayor Gelber mentioned. We have not, no one has identified a legal deficiency in the Live Local Act as drafted that we believe would give us a cognizable claim. So,
well, let me.
We think that there's plenty within the current code to protect the city, at least as drafted right now, as written right now, where the act does not cover floor area.
Let me, if I could add something to what Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez suggested. First of all, it seems pretty clear from what I've read that they are going to argue that even if we have an FAR constraint, that may be subsumed by even though we disagree with that.
We vehemently disagree.
They're going to argue that, and they may try to get it. They may try to get that preemption added to the statute next year.
Yes.
So that's the reason I did this. But to Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez's point, while there may not be anything ripe right now for us to sue on just sitting here, there may be other places where we can also file amicus briefs and things like that, which we have done on a lot of issues. And I guess to her point, why don't we authorize you to whatever legal avenues are available, whether they're with our city or where there's somewhere else where the issue is ripe, to make sure that our voice and our legal team is on it, because when I saw that, it was, and I saw it happening elsewhere, I didn't think it could happen here, and then when I saw the Clevelander story, it's obvious that if it happened anywhere, it could happen everywhere. That's the problem with this. If the Clevelander finds this avenue, then there's no reason why every other parcel of land could do exactly the same thing. And so once that happens, Ocean Drive doesn't exist anymore. It's just basically, well, it'll make Sunny Isles look provincial, frankly, because it'll be even taller than those. I looked at 30 stories. It's 350 feet. It's an enormous tower. And of course, there'll be economic pressure on all the parcels to, well, why not do it and make a ton of money? And I'm not even sure that the affordable housing component is going to be significant, because is it 40% of the leasable space or just 40% of the units?
I'd have to pull the.
Yeah, so I mean, and all this is, look, Commissioner Richardson and I worked in Tallahassee. Anytime they try to do something good, there's always mischief within it from somebody who's going to make a buck. And I think it's pretty clear this bill has some mischief in it, and we're seeing it play out in our city and other cities, but it could play out most perilously in our city, because we have all these historic properties, and we do have tall buildings in certain areas, but not in this area, Ocean Drive, which is really the postcard of our city. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Can I, we have national designations, do we not?
National well,
We
in
have
our
national,
historic districts?
Yes, we have national
Yes, yeah.
designations and monuments. It's national, correct? So I think that we should sue in federal court to protect our historic district. And that will save us a lot of time and energy in the future.
Well, we'll
Just
be
sue-
happy to take that direction and to look at that.
But if we were to win, for example, let's say that we sue and we would say, we don't want this law to pertain to our national historic district in federal court, and we win, what does that mean from a state perspective?
Commissioner, we'd have to look at whether we have a claim based on any federal law or federal, national historic designation. So we'd have to look at that, and I'd be happy to do that. One thing that I would also like to point out is that we very proactively, working with the planning department, prepared a referral item that this commission just approved as part of the consent agenda to look at the currently allowed maximum height that we provide in all zoning districts within a mile of Ocean Drive, because that is within your ability to control. And so that referral to the planning board was just approved, and we will prepare legislation to mitigate some of the impacts of the Live Local Act for your consideration. And as other items arise, then we will bring that to your attention as well. And we're trying to be as proactive as possible here, recognizing that there are ultimately some limits in terms of our ability to challenge the legislature when it acts to preempt municipalities.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm supportive of flexing our muscle where necessary. Our city attorney and I have had a number of conversations about this, especially when, to quote the mayor, some of this does seem mischievous as well, and there may be proof of that, which could be supportive in a lawsuit. So I think we should look at every avenue. Thanks.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to bring it up on the discussion about protecting Ocean Drive, but since we're discussing the policies on the Live Local Act now, I was going to discuss this since we already approved a referral having to do with amending height and development regulations to protect our historic districts. One of the things that other cities have looked at doing, and I learned this Friday when I was at the League of Cities with cities from around the state, is that they've looked at doing a moratorium on accepting applications for the Live Local Act. And I think that as a body that's looking to protect our historic districts, we should be considering that until such time that we're able to adopt, at the very least, amendments to our development regulations to reduce heights and to protect our historic districts. So since we're having this discussion now, I think it's something prudent for us to consider. Other cities around the state have already done it locally as well. I believe Doral has done that as well. And since we're considering lawsuit, maybe in the meantime, we should also consider a moratorium so that we don't accept any of these irresponsible applications that threaten the very fabric of our historic character.
Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I brought up the other day that one of the issues with this whole Clevelander issue is the infrastructure and our water sewer flow, whether it could even, we have the capability. And this is the problem when you have these types of preemptions coming out of the state. So, I mean, that's a potential litigation matter in itself that we as a city would be harming the rest of our residents and our city by potentially approving some proposal. There's many other reasons right now that, as you mentioned, Rafael, that this project couldn't even be done under the Live Local Act. But there are rumors that that's going to be amended in the next session, hopefully not. But there's such a slew of reasons that I think we have standing in court to be able to protect our own city and our own infrastructure that is at risk with a project like that's some of these projects that are being proposed.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
And that's one of the reasons why there's a little bit of expediency in starting some sort of legal action now, because we need time to get other cities to sign on. Because I think that as other cities throughout the state sign on and say, listen, we want to retain control, the sponsors in Tallahassee will take pause with that if a city within their district is suing the state legislature, and maybe they won't sponsor it. Also, we need to add the unsafe structures bill to our legislative priorities. So just in case, it's coming, but we need to be proactive about it. But so as part of this motion, I think you made a motion, Mayor, to explore any kind of legal action that we could take. I think that, come back next month and let's file something as soon as possible and get the League of Cities involved, get the individual municipalities involved, have the mayors of all of these large cities write letters to the legislatures and pass resolutions. I mean, I think we really need to be proactive because we could lose historic architecture and integrity across the entire state of Florida, and this is such bad economics for Florida, and so ignorant.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, can we show the C7B legislative agenda modified with those two requests and also authorizing you all to explore a viable legal actions? I suspect unless something's ripe, you're going to have to find somewhere to figure it out, but you're obviously working on it now.
We have the direction. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vice Mayor Richardson, you're the Vice Mayor, are you not?
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to be clear that, so you're going to come back next month. Somebody will have an item or the administration will bring an item. And in terms of lawsuits, I'd like you to address two things, at least at a minimum. One would be whether or not there's ever been any success in challenging a preemption to the state absent federal law, and then to the point that was raised by Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, there could be a situation here where federal law is applicable. So in those situations, could you brief us on any lawsuit where there is a potential federal law that could be in conflict with a state preemption? So those two things I'd like to be advised on, okay?
Happy to do that.
You don't need approval for outside counsel, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. The only thing I'd also just add to so let's show that all done if there's no objection. The only thing I'd like to just say is that, in my experience, when these things happen, if there's not an outcry, then it happens. It's just the way it is. It's unless somebody says, whoa, unless there's a level of shame that's going to come in. And although our legal department has said they think the FAR we're solid to go on, that is going to likely be litigated. Even that issue is going to be litigated. So So they're going to, if I read the Daily Business Review properly, they think it's within the spirit of the ordinance, of the state statute, so they may well try to, without even a subsequent act of the legislature, go to a judge and say, hey, we have a right to do this, just understand what that, now we disagree with that, but that certainly is something that they may do. So we may find ourselves in court actually litigating this before the legislature has a chance to even consider it. So I guess my point is that it is very important to scream and holler about this and to show the world what this act could do, because if we don't do that, then we may find ourselves having to show what it did after it's been implemented. This is the kind of thing where we've got to let them know, both here and to Commissioner Fernandez's point, St. Augustine and other areas where there might be this terrible, some might say an unintended consequence, but some I think probably have it as an intended result because they realize there's a lot of money to be made. So I think we've got to holler about it, and whatever we can do in any venue we ought to be doing. For the record, we did pass on a referral to Planning Board. It was C4R, which was to deal with the height and development regulations in our code, and that was sent. That was already sent this morning. So with that, I think we've completed this item, and you have the direction.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify and make sure that everyone's aware. This is the year that the cycle in the legislature starts earlier, so the cycle starts in January. Committee meetings are in the fall, and I just asked, we're prepared through our lobbyist, obviously in Marcia's office, to support any of you that want to participate in committee meetings, so just coordinate through Marcia. Thank you.
Yeah, and by the way, to my colleagues, we always, I'm only mayor for a couple more months, but I'm sure that whoever's after me is going to do the same thing, which is if you ever want to go to Tallahassee to make the pitch, we sent Fernandez out there on a few trips. We're very happy for you to go because I think there's nothing better than somebody showing up and explaining it to one-on-one. So if there's a committee week, and when did the committee week start then? I should know this. Richardson, Commissioner?
They'll be starting soon.
Yeah.
So the legislative session will start in January 24, so it's early this cycle. So
January 9th.
the committee weeks, I think, are starting
3
in
months before,
September.
the 2 or 3 months before session.
Yes, so they're starting now, September.
Yeah. So anybody wants to go, let me know. I'm happy to do whatever we need to do to pay your way. Okay, let's move on.
Mayor, if I could just, as a point
yeah.
of order, we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing, for example, Alina. I don't know if it's where the speakers are set up, so we could address that at lunch. But when you speak on that side, if you could just speak closer to the microphone, because we're not able to hear. We didn't hear your comments that you made. So, thank you.
I think if you just pull it closer to your, yeah. Okay, let's keep going until our 10:15. We've got C7H. Let's pull that up.
Yes, sir. C7H is waived bidding, new contract for cable services, C7H.
Okay. Commissioner Minor, you pulled this from IT. IT is here. Go at 'em.
I'm sure Alina loves that I pulled this item. And I only pulled it because I have a separate item, because this item, we're saying that we should go month to month until we, and I have a separate item that I brought a few months ago that we should try. I don't know the specifics in this situation, but that we should try to get these bids out earlier so we don't have to continue going month for month. 'Cause sometimes these months to months last quite a while, and that we should try to have that rectified before we even get to this situation. That's why I pulled it.
Okay, but you're not objecting to it.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay, show it. Anyone else voting no? All right, show it pass 6-1. Let's
Approved
go
by
to
acclamation, 6-1.
C7I.
C7I is Amendment 2, Tyler Technologies Maintenance and Support Agreement, C7I.
IT is taking a beating today. Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, you pulled this item.
I actually pulled C7I and I pulled C7J, and simply because I don't love Tyler Technologies. I'd like to see what's out there. I also pulled C7J because I do feel like there are better cybersecurity solutions than the one we already have. The only reason I know this is because a lot of these vendors are the same, and I work for Miami-Dade College. We have a company called Duo. It is so much better than what the city has. I'm constantly locked out of my email. I'm sure city employees are too. It's incredibly frustrating. If you had the Duo system, and I'm not advocating for that specific system, but there are better technologies out there, and I would really like to see what we could get. and not continue to pay for these technologies that I think are frustrating. If I find myself frustrated, I'm sure that some of you have also in the past found it incredibly frustrating too. So that's what we'll be doing here, is continuing with the system that I don't think is optimum, just given the fact that I work with larger institutions that use something much better and more effective. So I don't know how you feel about I&J, but I would put them out to bid.
Okay, why don't you pull up C7J2?
Yes, sir. C7J is waive bidding for city cybersecurity infrastructure.
Although my name's on it, I don't know much about it, so.
And Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick it over to you.
Sure. The two items are very different, and I'll ask Frank to speak to them in detail. Obviously, he's our Chief Information Officer. C7I specifically is an amendment, and it's actually a small amount that allows us to do integrations that are all public safety related. And Commissioner, I totally respect your perspective and agree with it to a certain extent, because we all have those same frustrations. A revision of our platform and a revision of the system that we use for this city is a very costly venture. And again, I would ask Frank to talk about the history of Tyler and what we've been through to get to the point that we're at today. It's a standing item, I believe, in committee, and there are updates provided in committee on a regular basis. So that's certainly a conversation that we can have. This particular amendment is very specific to an integration and to technology that's tied to two public safety needs. C7J is a waiver that's tied to our ability to do through competitive process, but at my discretion, reporting to you on a quarterly basis, state law has actually allowed us to protect municipalities in general, not just us, Miami Beach, to protect cybersecurity purchases from the public record for cybersecurity reasons. And so I would ask Frank to explain to you why we're asking for this authority and this delegated authority.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Manager. Frank Quintana, CIO for the City of Miami Beach. So I'll start with C7I, which is the Tyler item. This is an amendment for the addition of a number of features and modules to the systems that we currently own. Some of them are specific to public safety. For example, one of them is the ability to add some additional functionality for the tracking of public safety vehicles into our 911 dispatch. And another of the public safety items is going to give the police department the flexibility to access CAD from city-issued devices, which will make them more mobile and allow them to respond. Okay, and allow them to respond quicker while not within their vehicle with their laptop. The other items that are on there, one of them is a API toolkit, which is essentially a way for us to plug into the InterGov system, which is what handles all of our licensing and permitting, and allows for us to transfer information from that to other city systems to provide better results and better information for us internally. The two items that are public facing are what they call their decision engine, which is essentially a decision tree. So if we've all heard feedback from our residents and our business owners, when they go to open a permit, it's not always clear to them, despite what the city has published, that they can, what it is that they need to select and what types of permits they need to open, what's included for each permit type, for them to be able to complete the process effectively, which is something that we've discussed to the manager's point at length at neighborhoods. That system we've seen implemented at a number of other agencies. We've had extensive conversations with them. We've done demos of them, and it'll essentially let anyone who comes to open a permit with the city select, for example, what are you trying to do? It's kind of a guided walk through the system, which takes the technical element out of it. So for example, I want to open a permit. Are you trying to do single family, commercial, multifamily? So I live in a single family. I want a bathroom. It's a remodel. And then by the time that you get down that decision tree, it'll help the building and planning staff when they get applications to be more targeted for what specifically is being applied for. And it'll help us communicate more effectively to our residents. The Notify product allows us to do proactive messaging to the residents as well. So these are all small components that are part of our broader Tyler portfolio. Even though there's been a lot of discussion around the permitting side, Tyler with the city actually provides our financial systems, our HR systems, our permitting systems, inspection, enforcement, 911. There's a whole ecosystem of products that the city owns from Tyler. Some of those have happened through acquisition. Some of those had happened through bidding processes that happened in the past. But that is an outline of those specific items. I'd be happy to speak, to any of those details if anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, then Commissioner Fernandez.
If we continue to invest in these systems, which I don't think are optimum, does this mean that we will not be exploring better technology in the future? I don't know if you remember, Alina, but we own a home in Martin County, and I went and I had to do something with the county, and I went in and I opened this query, and it was so seamless. It was so simple. Everything was aggregated in one hub, and I thought to myself, why can't Miami Beach have a software that's this user-friendly? So if we continue, how much is the total amount that we are going to invest in Tyler Technologies? And if we do invest this, does this mean that we will not be getting better technology in the future? Because I really want to push for something more user-friendly.
So the total amount, when we talk about Tyler Technologies, it's broken up for different products. So the total amounts that you see, and there's a breakdown in the memo explaining what those individual components are. I will say, to the ease of use in that single one-stop shop type of methodology, there is an item later in the agenda regarding the permit assessment, the permitting process assessment that was done. And the full findings are in there. Some of those things were called out. Many of those items, at least the more technology-related ones, have already been addressed. And I'll say that as of the neighborhood committee meetings that we've had, where we provide those regular updates, I'm sorry, for finance, not neighborhood. Part of the mantra that we've been following is to find where all those gaps are in the system and then figure out whether it makes sense, because Tyler has something available or not, to be able to provide a full assessment of that. Part of the intent of the permitting process review was to identify any limitations that the technology would have, as far as whether or not there would be a recommendation to go out and replace the system altogether.
I know that it would be a significant investment to get better technology, but we would benefit so much more than just putting these Band-Aids on a system that we're actually fixing for Tyler as we go back and complain to them time and again. And, they're nickeling and diming us for different products. And then we have to, you guys have to go to them and say, hey, your product doesn't do X. I want a product that already does that. And so I'm going to vote no on this. I understand why we would like to do this, but I'd also like my colleagues, and maybe, I don't know, I would like a new system, personally. I don't know how all of you feel about it, but there are way better systems out there. Anybody who tries to use any of our technological systems, they are confusing and awkward. So if this is a temporary fix, then I'll vote for it, but we have to know that we're going towards something better. We have to, because we can have a system where any resident makes a query, and every single department that is involved in that system gets an immediate notification. So it all just happens so seamlessly, and the residents can comment on it, and the different departments can comment on it, and everybody can see what's going on, and the resident gets a notification. We are so far from that, Frank. I just see a better, there has to be a better way.
Commissioner Minor.
I have an item on this month's agenda to refer to public safety about a web portal for expedited permitting that Miami-Dade County is looking at. Is that?
We have that in place today.
Well, okay.
Yeah, it's for any of our residents or for all of you as well. It's on the city's website on the homepage. There's a permitting button. And when you click that, it brings you to a centralized location where all of the permitting information is currently aggregated in the same place. That was one of the recommendations that came from the assessment that we initiated. We did have a lot of the information, but understanding that sometimes that was difficult to find, we consolidated it into a single location. And some of the items here that we're adding, or that we're proposing to add through the amendment, are addressing specific needs or wants from our business owners and our residents. That will help augment that single stop methodology that we're following.
Striving for. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you, Frank. Back in January or February, I had sponsored an item asking the city to engage a consultant to review our regulations and the processes relating to our development reviews and the permitting process that we hear so many complaints about. And oftentimes, you know, we walk around different areas of the city and we see vacant storefronts, and, you know, we put blame on a number of things, and sometimes it's our internal flaws and areas where we could be more efficient that can perhaps get us to filling storefronts and making our economy move. And so we did this study, and they recently came back with a number of recommendations, including synchronizing the permitting process, that you can go into one portal, that you see all the permits available there, that you can have a decision tree, as you mentioned, to make sure that if you don't know which department you have to deal with, that it gets you there and it gets you there efficiently. The recommendations that came out of this study that we all approved, will it be delayed if we don't approve this contract?
So there are only two components which are minor elements of this amendment that are specific to Intergov. The majority of them are related to public safety related items. So they're all together as part of a single contract amendment. There are elements of the recommendations that would be delayed if this were not confirmed, because they tie directly to some of the improvements that were outlined in the assessment.
Okay. What would be the consequences of us not approving this? What happens if I vote against approving this contract? What happens?
There would be limitations with the way that we are able to manage vehicles and fleet for the police department. We would not be able to extend CAD access to our police officers through their mobile devices. We would be limited in the integrations and some of the reporting that we'll be able to do for Intergov if we are not able to get the API component. We would not be able to do proactive notifications out of the Intergov system for our residents, and the decision tree would not be something that we could implement.
And when we say proactive notifications to our residents, what are we talking about?
So there is a component of this amendment that allows the Tyler systems, depending on what you configure, to trigger. And I don't have the full breakdown here. I'd be happy to review with any of you that would like to see that. Depending on what actions are taken on the system, it would proactively reach out through text message or some other notification to allow our residents and business owners to be aware of what step in the process you're in. And there's some functionality that's tied directly to that.
Got it. I'm going to support this today, just because, you know, I've dealt with a number of governments. I worked in Miami-Dade County, and you always strive to have the best technology, but, you know, these are common situations that you encounter with technology in any enterprise and private companies. And I know the school board, I hear folks in the school board that complain about their technology there. I hear people at the county that complain about their technology over there. I trust the recommendation of our staff when it comes to this. And I'm not going to vote on something that could potentially delay any element of the much needed development improvements, development review improvements that we need in Miami Beach. So I'm going to be supporting the administration's recommendation on this.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I think I understand C7I. I'm still a little unclear on C7W concerning why we're doing a bid waiver. So if someone could explain.
Or C7J.
I'm sorry, C7J. So I understand C7I, it's an integrated package. C7J, what's the recommendation from the administration is to continue with the current firm that has the contract? And
So with J, Commissioner, if I may, this is a waiver of competitive bidding for future matters that involve cybersecurity infrastructure. The Florida legislature last year created an exemption from public records disclosure for cybersecurity-related infrastructure, anything schematics, anything that would reveal encryption information. We get hacked all the time, or there are attempts all the time. Attempts, sorry. But you can't protect the confidentiality of your information if you have to put it in bid specs that are then released to the public. So this would allow for a waiver of competitive bidding for cybersecurity specific purchases up to $500,000 with the manager reporting on a quarterly basis, and anything in excess of that amount would require city commission approval.
So I understand that we wouldn't have to put the specs in a document, but couldn't we have a competitive process with our specs being given to those that are interested in bidding, or no?
Once you release once you release a public record, it's out there. So I don't know that how we could accomplish that, but Frank, maybe.
So if I may, Commissioner, a little detail on that. The nature of the legislative item, as Rafael mentioned, allows for us to exclude any of those schematics, any details of how it is that we do the things that we do, insurance information, any of those items that may give a glimpse into what the city uses directly. It classifies them as confidential and exempt, and provides the ability for us to not have to disclose that information through a public records request historically. Moving forward, it also requires agencies to provide information about any breaches or anything that happens of that nature. Where it leaves a gap is any new solicitations. So by nature of technology, a lot of technology solutions require a good amount of detail and information because.
Let me stop you. I understand all of that. Thank you. What I want to know is who's gonna decide what firm we use? So is that going to be the administration just decides what firm we will use and awards a contract up to $500,000?
So some of the process is outlined in the memorandum. What we do typically for the majority of our purchases, and we very seldom, I don't believe that any of you have seen an RFP come out for IT for any of these sorts of things. This is a proactive attempt to protect that gap. We use co-op contracts and do piggyback items for the majority of them. So we assess the technology that we want, whatever's out in the market. We do market studies, and then once the technology is selected, we leverage any contracts that are publicly available to purchase that amount, and those are all competitively bid. So we're not selecting a contract and doing a no-bid waiver. Typically, technology is sold through a distributor. Very few of them handle direct communications or direct procurements. The exceptions to that would be something, for example, like a Microsoft or an Amazon or a Google, those large firms that are global, and even they sell more often than not their services through a contract.
But to answer your question, if we would not piggyback on a governmental contract, an existing contract, then yes, the administration would select the provider up to the threshold amount, which is at your discretion to determine. And as proposed is $500,000.
No, I may be
Go
more
ahead, Vice Mayor, go
more
ahead.
confused now than when I started. So what are we doing here? You're waiving the bidding on city cyber service. So what does that mean? You're going to select a company that when I say you, the administration is going to select some company that they want to work with, and you're just going to award a contract? Is that what's going to happen?
We typically, so the company is where I want to put some detail around that, because the company that creates the solution is not typically the one that sells it in technology. So we can select the technology and then look at how it is that they sell it and do direct bidding with their partners that can sell. So just because we select, for example, a Microsoft, doesn't mean that we're awarding money directly to Microsoft. We would look at who their resellers are and then bid appropriately to them directly, without doing a public solicitation that would require a list of all the details, all the line items, any schematics that are required.
So then you would go to these distributors and get quotes from
them directly, right. And that would all be provided to the administration as part of our recommendation. It would just bypass the public solicitation where we would have to disclose the technical details of what it is that we're doing.
So in that case, I would not consider that to be a bid waiver. If you're going to get competitive quotes from 2 or 3 different people that are providing the technology that you want, then I don't understand why that's a bid waiver.
Because if it's over $100,000, a formal bid process is required under the code, and so this item would waive that formal bid process. If you'd like to amend it perhaps to require a competitive quote process for staff to go through an internal quote process, we could certainly add that to the resolution.
That's exactly what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. So I understand that you don't want to issue the specifications, but I want to amend it to say that you have to get at least 2 quotes. You don't have to put it on the street, but I think we should get at least 2 quotes. And that should be easy. And then that helps us to convince the public that we are protecting their tax dollars.
We would do that anyway, so that's not an issue at all.
Okay.
Okay, are you, Vice Mayor, you done?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, you're recognized.
I understand that we have to approve today because we need these fixes within Tyler Technologies, but it still doesn't solve the overriding issue that we are going to need to do some sort of major migration to a platform that is much more user-friendly moving forward, unless we can possibly get Tyler to a place where it's seamless. And I don't have a lot of confidence after dealing with Tyler for the past 8 to 10 years. So I'm going to approve this today, but I would also like, and this will be a major item, and it will cost millions of dollars to do this type of migration, but I'm going to bring an item next month asking for us to go out to bid to find a completely seamless new system to migrate over, because I feel like we're putting the Band-Aids on this system, and maybe we just need to start all over. And I know that that's a daunting thing to think of for IT, but if you look at the big picture, everything today is technology, and Tyler's been disappointing to me, so I don't know how you feel about this, but.
Mayor, I think there may be a standing item in finance on this matter. Happy to call it up again and have a review. So, I mean, there's already a standing item, but if you'd like to also add a referral today to finance to hear this matter again, because I think it's something that we should absolutely take a look at.
Sure.
Okay, so can we show C7I and C7J approved with a amendment as indicated by Commissioner Richardson for the getting of other price points, and also with a referral to finance, which may or may not be necessary, but is done. All right? Okay. Let's take care of a couple of the quick items on time certains, R5A.
One second, Mayor.
Yeah.
Commissioner Minor, were you a vote, were you a no on?
No, I'm a yes on this.
On both items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So let's go to R5A.
Yes, sir. R5A is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 1 entitled Generally by amending Section 2-22 thereof entitled General Requirements by creating subsection 2-22 subsection 23 to provide that a condition of submitting an application for appointment to a city agency, board, or committee, an applicant must voluntarily agree that in the event an applicant files with the city clerk a statement of candidate formally announcing candidacy for city elective office, such filing shall be deemed a tender of resignation from such city agency, board, or committee, and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 4/7 vote, R5A.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, you got the floor. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner's fine. David's fine. So I brought this item because some people were concerned during the current election cycle, and I didn't want to make any changes to the current election cycle, but something prospective going forward. Originally, it was my intent just to focus on the 4 land use boards, but legal counsel, and I won't speak for them, but they advised me that it would be cleaner just to do it across the board with all committees. So, and the reason I'm doing that is I just don't think that we want the perception that we're giving anyone any sort of advantage in an election process by allowing them to sit on a committee. And again, I was focused on the land use, but I was advised, and I'm happy to, if there's a legal way to do that, but I was told that legally I need to do it across the board. So that's why I brought this. I brought it for consideration, and we're on second reading to see where we're going to be.
Okay, before we, let's go to public hearing. I think I need one. I think I need that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to public reading, then we'll come back to the commission, all right?
Linda D., are you here on item R5A? Linda, if so, unmute yourself. Okay, Linda is still muted. Is there anyone here in the public?
Hi. I don't know if this is on. Sarah de los Reyes, resident of Sunset Harbor. I don't think you guys should get a commissioner to come off the board, even though the person is going to run. He was elected to be on the board until he runs, and then he's off the board. I understand that, but to take him off in the middle, we're going to be missing one person. Then you have to go and find somebody or appoint somebody, and the person who's been there with with all the background and subject that they have been working on. I think that would be terrible. I think.
Okay, let's go through the. Can we go? I think. Let's go through the public hearing. Anyone else?
No one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience.
Okay, and by the way, this is the appointed committees. That's what this applies to. And the way and just for so I understand, maybe someone else has the same question. Are you saying we couldn't legally just do the land use boards?
Well, you could, but it would have to go through the LDR process for the land use boards, and then specifically for the Board of Adjustment, it would require a voter referendum approval. And the jurisdictions that we looked at that have this same rule, Miami-Dade County and City of Miami, they have the general rule that applies to all advisory boards, and so that was the recommendation to the sponsor.
But just so I understand, does that mean we wouldn't have to go through a charter
This is an amendment to your Chapter 2, which is for advisory boards and committees.
But if we made it just land use, we'd have to go through that process?
If you're gonna address a specific issue related to a specific land use board, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To my colleague, thank you for this item, because I know it's coming from a place of good governance. So I want to appreciate that. I served on a committee when I was serving on a committee when I decided to run for office. And now as a commissioner, I see that sometimes it's challenging to find individuals who want to serve on some of the boards and committees. We have a very limited talent pool. I'm concerned that if we require these volunteers that serve on these committees to resign, that we perhaps may end up with a more limited talent pool and may discourage individuals from there. I'm also concerned that we further limit the pool of people who are even interested in running for office, qualified individuals who we want to be encouraging to run for office, and individuals to have been involved in the governance of our city, that have seen firsthand how government functions, the technicalities of dealing with the Sunshine Law, with our staff, with the nuances of city government. And I've seen the positive product that comes from these boards. So many of us as colleagues have individually served prior to being elected, whether it be on the mayor's North Beach committee that former Mayor Levine convened, or whether it be on the audit committee before being elected, or on the human rights or budget committees. Many of us have served on these boards and committees. So today, I can't support this the way it's written. What I could support is perhaps once someone files and during their campaign period, for them to take a leave of absence from the board that they're on. I know when I was on the planning board and when I was running, I didn't resign from the planning board, but I did take my own leave because I didn't want for applicants putting business before the planning board to feel in any way, that they had to support me, that they had to indirectly support me or anything like that. And so I just decided that I was not going to be attending the meetings while I was campaigning, and I did my own leave from it. So that would be an alternative that I would put out there. But requiring the resignation is something that today I just don't feel comfortable just seeing how difficult it was, even in this election cycle, to see qualified individuals stepping up with a desire to serve in elective office. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I'm fully supportive of this item as is. I was speaking to somebody who chairs one of our committees, and that person was very disappointed that because there's candidates on that particular committee, it stopped being about what was best for the city and for the residents and had turned into a campaign speech every time something came up before that particular board. In the past, there have been candidates that have resigned from posts. I think, if I recall, Michael Barano resigned from being on the planning board when he became a candidate. In your instance, Commissioner Fernandez, you jumped in late in the game, so you only had to resign or take a leave for one meeting or two. But there are people that are making decisions for the city for 6, 7, 8 months, and it's not really in the best interest. So I'm fully supportive.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Commissioner Dominguez, I would like to frame it for everyone. Sorry for pointing someone out. Okay, so if this passes, let's say that I'm serving on the Women's Commission, and I have a wonderful initiative to go into the schools, and I've been working on a program for a year. All of a sudden, I'm punished and I'm kicked off the board just because I'm going to become a candidate. So if this applies to every single board, and we have really wonderful people, and I like to think of our boards as kind of a stepping stone to how we run for office, because it's not until you get involved in local government that you begin to understand how it works. So all of a sudden, we're going to punish people for serving on a board, because if I'm in the middle of working on an initiative on some other committee, because this is every single committee in the city, which means that instead of supporting the people that are currently working and helping them, we're going to punish them and kick them off their board, kick them off the Human Rights Board, kick them off the Women's Commission, kick them off any board. So I understand to do this for land use boards. I could understand that because they are getting applications and there is a fundraising, but we have protections in place for that. Candidates can no longer solicit money into a PAC, into an ECO. We already have this provision. And this, I think, would be really damaging to our democratic process here in the city. And I wish that you would reconsider this item, Commissioner Richardson, and see if there's something else that we could do, because I can't support it. There's too many people who've really worked hard, and as you know, nothing gets done from one month to the next. So I don't want being a candidate to be something punishing. I want being a candidate to be something encouraging. I want as many people to run as possible. I want to see the leaders that rise to the top in these boards continue to use their voice during a campaign. If they are doing great work at the Women's Commission or some other board that we have, to celebrate that instead of punishing it.
Okay, anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner Minor.
Yeah, I actually was thinking of bringing an item, so I in a sense, I like it. I guess what stopped me was and I like what you did, that you made it prospective. And then the hesitancy I had, I'm sort of weighing both sides here, is you get good people who want to be on the planning boards, hopefully for the betterment of the city. Maybe it's to enhance a political career, but you do get good people who are knowledgeable on these committees who then want to run for commissioner. So I am a little torn. I'm going to be supportive, because I think the negatives outweigh the positives, but I definitely see both sides of this.
Okay, I'm going to support it, but I wouldn't support it if there was an amendment that Commissioner Fernandez recommended, and not because I think it's not principled, but because if we have leaves of absence for the land use boards, for instance, those are not majority votes often. You have to assemble 5 or sometimes even more votes. And if you have somebody absent permanently, then a resident who's going there to get something done might not have even enough members if someone else is absent. So I don't think we can give leaves of absence because and I once suggested a alternate that the commission didn't want to take up. If you created alternates, then that would be fine. But if you don't have alternates, that would mean you could have a planning and aren't there 6 votes even sometimes required, Tom?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, everything but the 5/7 is so 5/7 vote is hard. We have that for a reason. We want it to be pretty difficult. But if you have somebody who's permanently gone, you're now dealing with a committee of 6 members, and if one of them is absent, then if it's not unanimous, you're out of luck. And for some of our residents, that would be a very tough thing to not be able, or if 2 are gone, then you don't even have the ability to get 5. So I wouldn't support that thing, but I think generally I agree with a lot of what everyone said. This is a tough issue, but I think probably I would fall on supporting it because I don't think it's that much of a burden for people, and you know, we don't get that many candidates, and I don't think anyone's not going to run because they really want to be on a board. I think if anything, they're ready to make the next step and are ready to focus on their election. So let's go ahead and let's see where everybody is on this.
I have a question.
Yeah, question.
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Mr. Attorney, just so that I know, this ordinance does not amend our code of ethics. This is the section of the code that deals specifically with our boards and committees. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means if we pass this today and we have concerns about the effects, unintended consequences, or anything like that, we can amend it in the future without having to do the referendum that the Code of Ethics
Yes.
would. That being the case, I'm willing to give it a try and support it today. I also see my colleagues support it as well, because I do know it's coming from a place of good governance, so I'll support it.
Okay, second reading.
Let me just say, you know, we too, like if we aspire to another office, we have to resign. That's a state law, right? So I don't think it's asking too much for someone that's on a board. And again, where I wanted to start is, you know, just with the land use, but I recognized I needed to do it this way, and I just don't think it's a problem for someone to do. And to your point, Mayor, what if 2 people on the planning board, right, decide they want to run, and then all of a sudden, with a leave of absence, then there are only 5 people, and then you have to basically get a unanimous vote to get anything. So that's a concern there. So it is coming from a place of good governance, and so I appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Okay, we've already had a public hearing on it. We're back here. It's been moved by Richardson. I'll second it. Let's go ahead. We got to call the roll on this, right?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilbert.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Before we go to some other items, let's just take care of the open and continued. R5B and R5C and R5D, can you call or do we need to open and continue them to October 18th?
Yes, sir. By acclamation, I'm requesting that R5B be open and continued to October 18th. I'm requesting by acclamation to open R5C to October 18th, and the same with R5D, open and continue to October 18th. If you agree.
Show those all open and continued. Okay, I'm going to try to get to the 1040, 1045, and then we're going to take up the Hall of Fame folks who are here. Let's go to R5E.
R5E. It is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 2 district regulations, section 7.2.12, CD3 Commercial High Intensity District by amending section 7.2.12.2 uses, CD3, to list convenience stores located on Lincoln Road between Washington Avenue and Collins Avenue as a conditional use subject to strict criteria and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5E.
Mr. Mayor, I move my item.
Commissioner Fernandez moves the item. Anybody got a public hearing? Anybody want to be heard from the public, anywhere, anytime?
There is no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience.
Okay, bring it back in. Anybody here? Commissioner Minor.
Tom, can you just briefly explain this?
Sure. Under our current regulations in the CD3 district along Lincoln Road, convenience stores are a prohibited use. This particular amendment would create a very limited exception in the 200 and 300 blocks of Lincoln Road, which is between Collins and Washington Avenue, in order to allow convenience stores that are on a property that is set back, where the store itself is within an area that is set back a minimum of 75 feet from Lincoln Road, 75 feet from Collins Avenue, and 75 feet from Washington Avenue. Additionally, the conditional use would require, or I'm sorry, the convenience store would require conditional use approval from the planning board. And then lastly, anybody who would want to avail themselves of this convenience store exception within this limited area would need to obtain within 18 months of the effective date of this ordinance, conditional use approval. So it's a short 18-month window that people could take advantage of this.
Okay, so it would not come back to commission, planning board could approve the
Correct.
conditional use permit. And are you in favor of this?
Yes, we recommend it in favor.
And why?
It's a very limited exception. We did, through the process, express some concerns with creating the exception, but given the fact that it is going to require conditional use approval, and given the fact that the convenience store would be located well within the interior of a property and not on a storefront fronting directly on Lincoln Road or directly on Washington Avenue or Collins Avenue, we felt the limited duration of the proposed exception was something that was reasonable, and we recommended in favor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And Tom, thank you for your explanation of this. So this does have a sunset provision.
That's correct.
Okay. And this sunset provision is 18 months. And after that 18-month period, no one else can benefit from this.
That's correct.
And this is strictly when the establishment that is getting the conditional use permit is recessed back from Lincoln Road by 75 feet?
A minimum of 75 feet.
A
correct.
minimum of 75 feet, so it could be more than 75 feet.
Correct.
And within the envelope of a building, in other words, that it's not, that retail is not even a standalone retail that's 75 feet recessed at least, but it's actually within the envelope of a building itself.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And as part of the conditional use requirements, are there any enhancements in safety or anything else that those who would abide by this, would seek this, would have to do that perhaps other establishments are not doing?
Yes, the conditional, through the conditional use process, the planning board will look at things like a security plan, an operations plan, and they will ensure that things like delivery, trash, how the particular use will be secured, who the operator is, all those things would come into play as part of the conditional use approval that would not normally come into play for a convenience store.
And today, do we have the ability, because I know that in the past, even the city has had to go in and shut down certain establishments on Lincoln Road, or there's times that we see establishments on Lincoln Road that we wish they wouldn't be on Lincoln Road. Without this mechanism, would the city be able to actually reject an operator from operating in this space?
Absent conditional use approval, which is discretionary, in areas of the city that permit convenience stores, we don't have that authority.
And do we require a security plan or any sort of enhanced security from any other type of business operation on Lincoln Road without something like a conditional use permit like this?
No, we do not.
So this would allow us to require something, greater security that otherwise we wouldn't be able to have there.
That's correct.
And when you mentioned trash and cleanliness is such an issue, especially in this area, the easternmost area of Lincoln Road where this legislation is focused in, we don't have the ability, do we, to require enhanced cleaning or enhanced handling, better handling of trash, do we?
No, we don't.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. This is all very helpful information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anybody voting against it before? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and, it's been moved by Commissioner Fernandez. I'll second it. Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Five Below issue?
This is, I believe 5 and below is interested, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we heard this at land use, and, you know, I think for me, I'm gonna be a no, because it's inconsistent with, you know, what I'm hoping to see in all of Lincoln Road, but particularly, you know, the eastern part of Lincoln Road that I think has struggled for a really long time for a variety of reasons. I think not the least of which is, you know, having some, you know, abandoned space and/or space that, you know, tenants, you know, I don't think serve to uplift the shopping experience that we're hoping for Lincoln Road, and the city is going to be undertaking a multi-million-dollar investment, hopefully soon, in that area of Lincoln Road with the Ritz, hoping to upgrade the entire experience there. So I'm not sure that continuing to bring discount retailers to that side of the street is something that we should be pursuing.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Let me
Commissioner
just-
Richardson,
let me-
Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. So initially, if you'll recall, I was opposed to this for many of the reasons that Commissioner Ariola just mentioned. And then I said I would support it if you agreed to make it conditional use, and you did make that change, and I appreciate that. So I do have concerns about Lincoln Road and our efforts to elevate it, especially that block. But I do think that this would work with conditional use. And I was just in New York very briefly and noticed that Five Below, by the way, has a storefront on Fifth Avenue now, which was kind of remarkable.
I have pictures of that. It's misleading.
Yeah,
It's a dump.
It's
what?
It's a dump.
It's a dump. It's on Fifth Avenue, but there's lots of stores on Fifth Avenue. There's vape, marijuana stores, and it's sandwiched next to another convenience store. I can't remember if it was Walgreens or CVS, but it's small.
Well, it's
not a
actually
prestigious
under.
All right, one at a time, please.
It's actually underground. I think the storefront is on the street, but you actually go down. But anyway, they are paying some rent there. But anyway, I'm supportive of this because it is conditional use, and I appreciate, Commissioner Fernandez, that you made the change in committee to accommodate that. Otherwise, you would have had 2 no votes, and so I'm going to be supportive today.
I have a question. Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Why is it 18 months instead of 12 months, the sunset?
That's what the planning board had recommended. If you wanted it to be a lesser sunset provision, you could certainly do that.
Yeah, I'd feel more comfortable if we just stuck it to, you know, let's stick to a year. And I'll tell you why. I mean, this space has been vacant, the one that prompted this conversation for 40 years. 40 years. And in addition to that, we know that we are working on a master plan for Lincoln Road. When we look at our strategic plan as a city under our capital improvement programs, we intend to have Lincoln Road completed within the next 3 to 5 years. But that's our intention under the strategic plan. We know that probably will be a little bit longer than 3.5 years. But that's a lot of time for construction and a lot of time waiting for the redevelopment of an area and bringing energy and commerce and activity there. So I'd like to propose perhaps changing it to 12 months instead of the 18 months, if that's okay with the city attorney.
That's fine. You can do that.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, then I move my item as amended.
Okay, moved.
I'll
and
second it.
Seconded. Can we vote on it? All right, let's go. Call the roll.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ariola, as amended.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Gilbert.
Yes.
The motion is approved as amended. The second reading, public hearing of the item is scheduled for October 18th.
Okay, let's just get through R5F.
Sir. R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 7 entitled Art in Public Places, AIPP, by amending section 82-588 thereof entitled Permitted Uses of Fund Monies to remove the 25% limit on the amount budgeted for administration, maintenance, insurance, and preservation of art acquired by the city. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 4/7 vote. R5F.
Okay. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'm bringing this item because I believe in it, but also in support of the administration. In prior years, there have been a few instances where maintenance would exceed 25%, and we need to amend this so that the administration can do what's necessary to protect the art in public places. So if there, I think it passed unanimously on first reading, but in the interest of time, if there's no objection, we'll just go to the vote. If there is, then we can let Lisette tell us why this is fabulous.
Let me first open it up for public hearing. Anybody want to be heard? Up.
Good morning, Mayor and Commission. Daniel Serrato here with Miami Design Preservation League. I just wanted to say thank you for this legislation. We've been contacted over the years from artists who had concerns about their artwork, which was funded by the city, but didn't have enough for the maintenance. So I think this is a very smart example of ensuring that the artwork that the city funds can be preserved and protected for many years to come. So we are very supportive. Thank you.
And
Okay.
I'll move the item, Mayor.
All right, no one else from the public. As I moved, I'll second it. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Mayor Gilbert.
Yes.
The motion is approved. The item is approved.
Okay, before we, let's do the 1045 R5G.
R5G. It's an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, entitled Public Property, by amending Article 5 entitled Beaches, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending section 82-433 thereof entitled High Impact Periods within High Impact Zones, in order to modify the geographic boundaries of a high impact zone and to clarify and delineate the authority of the city manager to impose immediate measures in response to high impact periods in high impact zones, and by amending Appendix A of the city code entitled Fee Schedule to provide for high impact parking and towing rates consistent with the amendments in section 82-443 and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. R5G is a second reading public hearing. R5G.
Okay, somebody from administration explain what this is?
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
As a result of our spring break conversation in early July and multiple conversations with all of you, we are always looking for tools and opportunity to enhance our capabilities during spring break. What this does is it provides a framework and a mechanism for the city manager to have a variety of different things. This has historically existed in the city of Miami Beach. It's been used predominantly during spring break and Memorial Day weekend, and what the high impact ordinance allows is, for example, and I can obviously itemize them in great detail if you wish, it allows a high impact parking rate to be doubled during whatever time frame is defined as high impact. It allows for the closing of our public beaches earlier. It allows the city manager the authority to increase our towing rates, to basically send a message, don't come to Miami Beach and park illegally and do certain things. We're going to double our towing rates and make it very difficult for you to get your car back. So there's a variety of different opportunities for us to have delegated authority during a defined high impact weekend, and we believe that this is a tool that would help the administration, the city manager, impose this during times when we have to address the types of situations that we have to address in our streets.
This doesn't have the spring break rollback. That's in another measure that we're going to hear later today.
Those are separate measures.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right, just want to make sure people understand that. All right. Is there any discussion? Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
I just have one question, and are there any changes in the second reading from the first reading version?
There are no changes
There are no
between
changes.
versions.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that clearly an important ordinance, and one of the most important things that this addresses is parking, and giving authority to the city manager to be able to increase the parking rate during the high-impact period. What I would suggest is that going from 15 to 30 during this period of time, perhaps, I don't think it's sufficient. I've seen, I remember during this month of March, when I was seeing what other cities were doing, I saw another South Florida community in their garages. They increased their parking rate up to $100. And I think we should be able to give the city manager that ability to do that. If it ends up being 30, that's fine. But if the demand is there and the necessity is there, then I want to make sure that the city manager has the authority to be able to do something like that. And so I would propose amending. I would make, of course, there'll be there should be an exception for our businesses and our residents. But I do feel that this is one of those things that that we do have to do.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I understand what we're doing, and I understand the need to raise parking rates. But I also want to point out, for businesses, in their busiest month of the year, people aren't, regular, just tourists and maybe not kids who are looking to, have fun or have street parties are also going to be very punished. So when we use this ordinance, I would like it to be used only in instances where I guess I would have it sunset, have this high impact ordinance for 1 year, and then let's revisit it afterward. I was recently having dinner, and one of the people there owned a property on Ocean Drive, right? That's never really had any issues, and reminded me, this is our busiest month of the year. So we have to be very careful, because then people just can't get there, and they can't drive on Ocean Drive, and it's hard to, we're closing off places on Ocean Drive, so we're also paralyzing it. It's very difficult to vote for this. One thing, so high impact. We're only talking about spring break and Memorial Day weekend, or what if, for example, Art Basel, or is that a high impact or is that not a high impact? Is South Beach Food and Wine, is that high impact or not high impact? And how do we pick and choose how we're going to apply it? I just want to make sure that we're not doing something that's going to really damage our tourism.
Historically, to the best of my knowledge, high impact has only been used during spring break, during Memorial Day weekend, and I believe possibly during Super Bowl at one point.
During the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna-
obviously, Commissioner, these are decisions that are very difficult for any manager to make, and we do them, and we make them in consultation with our public safety officials, depending on our public safety information and intelligence, and we use them as a last resort. And we don't necessarily use the entire menu that's offered in the ordinance. I know that in my particular situation, I've used very specific pieces of the legislation, depending on what the circumstances were.
Okay, I'm going to be supportive of it today, but it's sad that we've gotten to this place where we have to create
Okay,
these
let's-
types of restrictions.
Okay, let's go ahead and, this
Mr. Mayor?
is somebody, oh, yeah.
Well, I would like to offer an amendment that during the month of March, we, in this item, that we do allow the city manager to charge up to $100 for parking, making an exception for our employees and our businesses. I mean, our employees and our residents.
Okay, is there any objection to that amendment? Commissioner Minor, did you want to speak? Listen, if you're here, you can't talk from the audience, otherwise you have to leave.
City manager, can you, under this ordinance, can you close down the parking garages?
I already have authority to do that.
You need to,
It's not
Aline, I'm
highlighted.
sorry, you're going to have to pull that mic up. It's a little-
We have authority to shut, to close the garages depending, and I have actually used that authority to shut the garages earlier. I would also use this opportunity to highlight to all of you that you passed a resolution asking that we inform businesses relative to potential curfews in March during a very specific period. That notification will go out in the coming month, and I wanted to make sure to announce that to all of you because I'm sure you will be hearing from some of the businesses as they receive that notification. We intend to send that notification per the resolution within the next couple of weeks.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
When you send the notification about the curfew and the amended hours, can you also include the fact that the parking is going to be doubled and that these garages might not be available, so that if, for example, I don't know, a lot of our hotels have deals with cruise ships, for example, and they bring in groups of people that want to have like salsa lessons or something like, they need to know also that they won't be able to park. Okay, or that parking is going to be $100. So you have to let them know what the parking fees are going to be, and if you're going to do this, do it all at the same time. Just give them as much information as possible so that they can make alternative arrangements. Let people with reservations know in advance. Let's say that you booked a show at one of the hotels, and you were going to a dinner show, and you get there, you've rented a car, you're from France, and you get to the parking garage, and they tell you it's $100 to park. You know what I mean? We just have to let them know.
I think, and I'll need some help from our city attorney in framing that, because these are all tools that we make decisions based on public safety information and intelligence. And so I would hate to send something that is definitive prematurely, because we don't know today what we're expecting in March.
Okay.
And we wouldn't necessarily use every single tool that's outlined here all at the same time, potentially. So I think, unfortunately, that would create a concern that may be unwarranted.
Okay.
All right, anyone else?
We could provide a copy of this ordinance if
We
it's
could,
approved
as an
and
attachment.
advise that the manager may, in addition,
Yes.
impose these high-impact measures.
And Mayor, I'll
Commissioner?
withdraw that motion I was proposing, because in effect, the manager does have the authority to shut down the garages during a high-impact period. It's the same effect and better. In fact, let me ask you this. When you have that authority that you're able to close down garages, does that apply to our residents and our workforce as well?
I think what happens is, yes, the garage is closed at a certain time. Obviously, if you're already inside the garage, that doesn't impact you, but it would impact anyone coming into the garage. And what we've done, for example, is we've closed garages at 9 p.m., I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Monica, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. There's been a variety of different times at which we have closed garages. We've considered going to 6 p.m., quite frankly, because again, our public safety officials are advising that there's a tremendous benefit to clearing the city at a certain hour.
Okay, all right, in that case, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, I need somebody to move the bill.
I'll move the item.
Item's been moved, I'll second it. Let's call the roll.
It is a public hearing.
Oh, goodness, public
And we
hearing.
have 2 individuals on Zoom. If there's anyone in the audience, please come forward. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes.
I was sorry that Apple reduced his number to $30 from 100. I want to again dispel the rumor that this is an economic benefit for Miami Beach. The hotel rates during the month of March is substantially lower than any other month in season. So the impact to Miami Beach is negative economically. It also drives residents crazy. It provides an expense to the city that's in the millions. And I love Mangoes, and I love the dude. He's a great guy, and it's a great venue. But that's not the problem. The problem is you're living in old world technologies, using parking lots as a defense, when social media, creates this false pretense that Miami Beach is a place to go nuts, and that certain social influences are going to be in attendance, and that typically is a lie at clubs and on the streets. And we need to shut it down until that culture is over in the social media world. And that this is an effective tool, but it's not really an effective tool. An effective tool is shutting it down at midnight. Certain weekends, 2 weekends a month, they're just going to move it to a different weekend in the month. So in the weekends at least during the month of March, 12 o'clock, 1 a.m., something reasonable to send a message to these social media crazies that Miami Beach is not for sale. And we can save millions of dollars and create millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Adriana Rugant.
Yeah, I just have a quick question for the commissioners. So I understand raising parking rates. I don't understand raising tow truck rates, towing rates, because I understand that the city should obviously make some money out of this, but I don't understand why to allow the predators that run the tow truck companies to make more money. So could the tow rates stay the same? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Matthew Goltanoff, and just to be clear, I'm speaking on my own behalf. If we had a more robust public transportation system, if we had a link between South Beach and downtown that didn't get stuck in the same amount of traffic, then perhaps the concerns about the workforce and the parking and towing rates, whatnot, would be less of an issue. Just for example, last spring, I observed many people waiting at the bus stops along 5th Street, and the buses, which would take a really long time to get to these stops because of all the traffic, they were full. So a lot of times it may be possible the workforce drives because there is no other option to get to the city. Thank you.
That it?
Mayor, there's no one else in the audience and no one new on Zoom.
Okay, let's bring the item back. Somebody's got to move it.
I have a motion for Commissioner Fernandez and seconded by Mayor Gelber.
All right, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Ariola.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Gelber.
Yep.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5G.
Okay, let's go to, see where Robin Jacobs is here. So let's go to the R7R.
R7R is accept recommendations 2023 Hall of Fame Committee, R7R.
All right. Got to pull that right to pull it down and speak up loudly. Don't be shy.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, City Commissioners, Madam Manager, Lisa Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture for City of Miami Beach.
You're probably a little too close to it.
Too close? How about now?
Yeah.
Is that better? The City of Miami Beach Hall of Fame was established in 2018 to recognize remarkable individuals that have made a lasting and significant impact on Miami Beach. The Hall of Fame members are appointed by City Commission and are comprised of 7 direct appointments and 2 at large. The committee select a chair and a vice chair. For the 2023 Hall of Fame, our chair is Robin Jacobs and our vice chair is Ceci Velasco. Nominations for the 2023 Hall of Fame were accepted from February 15th through May 1st of 2023, and the application deadline was extended through May 17th. We received a total of 22 nominations, which were all included in your package. The committee met twice. First meeting covered an overview of the application process, qualification, criteria, and scoring rubric. The second meeting was included the submitters to present on behalf of each nominee, which was followed by public comment and followed by scoring and a motion to recommend the 5 inductees. This is the 3rd cycle using this scoring system. When the scores were being calculated, the administration worked with the committee at the public meeting. It was a transparent process, and we answered any questions and addressed any changes in scores by any member. As with any process, there's always room for improvement, so we welcome any feedback. Eligible individuals must have been born either in Miami Beach, made Miami Beach their place of residence or business, or had a positive and lasting impact on the community. Nominees were considered based on distinguished achievements in the arts, architecture, design, science, athletics, business, community leadership, and family legacy. Nominees must be well known in their field of expertise and recognized as leaders. They may be living or deceased. The 2023 Hall of Fame inductees will be honored on October 5th at 10 a.m. with a plaque at the South Concourse wall of the Miami Beach Convention Center, just right outside of this room. I would like to take this moment to thank the Hall of Fame committee members for volunteering their time for such an important program. And I also like to thank our tourism and culture team that led this process. Now I'd like to introduce to you our Chair of Hall of Fame, Robin Jacobs.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and I'm deeply honored to serve as the chair of the Hall of Fame Committee for our beloved city. This role allowed me to be part of a wonderful journey, preserving the legacies of those who've made remarkable contributions to our community. I'll attempt to be as succinct as possible today, because I do know you have a very full agenda. I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude and recognition for the exceptional individuals who serve on the Hall of Fame Committee with me. These dedicated members are prominent members in our community, and their commitment to upholding the values of excellence and distinction is truly commendable. I'd like to recognize them today: Mayor Matty Bauer, Vice Chair Ceci Velasco, Lizette Lopez, Joe Manning, David Naw, Jeffrey Reiner, David Sexton, and Randy Weisberg. I'd also like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated team at the city. Without the unwavering support, guidance, and commitment, this Hall of Fame process would not have been possible. We extend our sincerest thanks to Tourism and Culture, Lizette Aragante, Brandy Reddick, Francis Valesio, Sandra Schoenbach, Marketing Communication, Melissa Berthier, of course, Mayor Gelber, Michelle Berger, City Manager Lena Hudak, Marshall Montserrat, and all of you, our incredible commissioners. I'd like to take a moment, special moment actually, to acknowledge County Commissioner Mickey Steinberg, whose visionary idea led to the establishment of this Hall of Fame during her tenure on the Miami Beach City Commission under Mayor Gelber's leadership. It's now my distinct honor as chair of the Hall of Fame Committee to present the nominees. These individuals have made exceptional contributions to our community. They are all true pillars of our city. They've all dedicated themselves to our city, leaving an indelible mark on Miami Beach. They have all played a pivotal role in shaping our fabric of our city, and their dedication to our city is nothing but remarkable. The Hall of Fame Committee believes that these individuals exemplify the values and spirit of our city. Their contributions have enriched the lives of our citizens, and we are confident that their induction to the Hall of Fame will inspire future generations. And it is with great pride that this committee unanimously, yes, I say that unanimously, recommended their induction into our esteemed Hall of Fame. We kindly request your support and approval for the induction today of Judy Drucker, Michael Tilson Thomas, Mayor Seymour and Edith Gelber, Commissioner Nancy Lehman, and Commissioner Mark Samulian, all into the Hall of Fame, ensuring that their legacies will forever be celebrated as an integral part of our city's history. Many of us in this room today had the opportunity to work with them, and we can all attest to their character and who they are as human beings and how deserving they are to be part of this Hall of Fame. As part of the Hall of Fame committee process, the committee, after making their recommendations, took the time to reflect on how to make the process better for future Hall of Committees. These are the recommendations by committee members for future Hall of Fame committees. I'd like to emphasize that these recommendations are for future Hall of Fame committees. Number one, delete criteria requiring at least one posthumous honor. 2, submitters should be allowed to select multiple categories of expertise on the application form. 3, include additional criteria for ineligibility as follows. No family members of sitting elected or appointed public officials shall be eligible for nomination. A moratorium for a period of 3 years after leaving office shall be placed on the nomination of family members of elected and appointed officials. Include a preliminary meeting prior to scoring to discuss the candidates being nominated to deem nominees as qualified or not qualified. Analyze scoring matrix to determine if the average score was fair if a member deemed the nominee as non-qualified or 0. As chair, I recommend that the City Commission undertake an evaluation of the current grading system and other suggestions made by this and previous committees. The goal should be to minimize vulnerabilities that may exist within the current process. I propose that a committee, maybe neighborhoods, should thoroughly examine the grading criteria and the other above suggestions, seeking input from experts, stakeholders, and simultaneously that you consider hiring a Hall of Fame consultant to work with that committee to bring and evaluate our committee's suggestions and those of previous Hall of Fame committees and bring that feedback back to this esteemed body. By taking proactive steps to enhance the selection and grading process, we can uphold the prestigious standards of our Hall of Fame. I urge the Commission to support this initiative, demonstrating a commitment to a fair and equitable process for all future nominees. Once again, I emphasize that these recommendations are for future Hall of Fame committees. While our Hall of Fame has served us well in honoring exceptional individuals, a Walk of Fame would provide a dynamic and interactive way for residents and visitors alike to celebrate the achievements of iconic figures who may not meet the criteria for our Hall of Fame. There is a hidden treasure that lies on the side walkway of the Fillmore on Miami Beach, and existing for lack of knowing the name of the installation, Walk of Fame. Very few people remember and know about this Walk of Fame. This site holds the legacy of iconic figures, preserving their imprints and signatures. I took a stroll over to the site earlier this week, and the evidence of historic significance is undeniable. Beautiful handprints and signatures dating back to 1985 and older, with legends like Tommy Tune, Celia Cruz, Gladys Knight, Natalie Cole, and Donna Summer. Some of you may or may not know those names, but I'm of that age that I do. I urge you to consider reinvigorating this program, breathing new life into it, and naming it the Miami Beach Walk of Fame. The potential of this endeavor is boundless, and it not only pays homage to the illustrious history of Miami Beach, but also provides an opportunity to celebrate the diverse talents that have graced our city. You can create criteria that reflect the rich cultural tapestry of Miami Beach, showcasing the accomplishments of iconic individuals who've made significant contributions to our community, but don't meet the criteria for the Hall of Fame. Mayor Gelber and Commissioners, thank you for all that you do to benefit our community, and thank you for the opportunity to serve. Once again, we kindly request your support and approval of the induction of our nominees. Thank you.
So just to clarify, first of all, thank you, both of you, and Robin, especially to you for your leadership. And those recommendations were for future? I didn't quite hear you.
For future.
That was a joke.
Ha, funny. Thank you.
So R7R is for approval of the recommendations. Is it moved by anyone?
I'd like to move it with an amendment.
Okay, so it's being moved. And what's the amendment?
Well, I'd like to ask for consideration of Muhammad Ali as an additional nominee to be inducted, and then also for consideration Mr. Russell Galbert and his family.
Okay, so the item's been moved with the individuals that are there, and then Commissioner Earl has asked us to consider as an amendment 2 additional groups.
Would you like me to speak on it, or?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna first get it seconded. We need to second it and then start the process. Can we move the original item with 2 amendments to be considered? Sure. Okay, so the original item's moved. Is it seconded?
I would like to offer another amendment.
Okay, we're gonna get to all of them. Is the item seconded, though? Well, I'll second it, just so we can start considering it. All right, let's go, why don't we go down, do you want to start, or do you want me to start with Richardson and come down?
Should we have it as 2 separate amendments, Muhammad Ali and the Galbert family?
Yeah, it's going to be, the item's moved, item is seconded, and there are 2 amendments to be considered on the item. We're going to go down. Commissioner Richardson, you're first.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, Robin, for chairing the committee and for the work of the committee. There's been a lot of discussion on this. I think, Commissioner Arreola, the reason you're offering some amendments is because the way the scoring was done. I don't know if the public knows, so I'm going to say it out loud so everybody knows. The scoring was biased. It was unfair. There was one individual on the committee that all committee members were given an opportunity to say that they believed someone was not qualified, and when they did that, then they were respectfully taken out of the scoring process so it would not affect the scores of the individual. But there was one individual on the committee that declined to identify anyone that was not qualified, but instead gave them a score of 0. So they said they're qualified, but they gave them a score of 0, and it certainly appears to be with the intent of pulling the average score down so that certain individuals were denied this honor. I'm sorry that I have to say that out loud publicly. It's an embarrassment to our city that this happened. That's why I think the chair, I don't want to speak for you, but you have recommended that we review the process, and I fully support that. So when you rescore, taking the zeros out and putting non-qualified in, then it changes the results a little bit. So I'm not asking that any of the 5 names that you have recommended not go forward, but I do support, if you look at the rescoring after this travesty that occurred, Mr. Galbut would then come in 4th place ahead of others that are on the list. So his name should absolutely go forward. So if that was an amendment, I support that. Mr. Libben, who is a former commissioner and has done fine work at our Chamber of Commerce and is now finishing his term there, he would come in also at a higher rank. And so I would offer that amendment as well, because we need to respect this process. Muhammad Ali, again, I would support that. I would maybe do it a little bit differently. And what I would offer is, Ms. Jacobs, you've talked about the Walk of Fame. I've seen the pictures. I didn't even know that it was out there actually as part of the Fillmore. But when we get to the budget at 5 o'clock, I'm going to be proposing to my colleagues that we put some money aside to preserve and restore some of these cement symbols, if you will, that are cracking and in desperate need of repair. I think that they should be restored, and I think there may be another location where we could really have a City of Miami Beach Walk of Fame. And I actually would like Muhammad Ali to be the first person in the Walk of Fame. So I don't know how, Commissioner Ariel, if you feel like he needs to be on the Wall of Fame, but I think he's more of a celebrity as opposed to a local. He has his place to be honored. And so I would put Muhammad Ali in the Walk of Fame, and I think this is something that we should start going forward and preserve what we have now. So that's kind of where I am. I would have the 5 names that have been identified by the committee. I would add Mr. Galbut, who, when this scoring travesty is corrected, it comes in number 4th, and Mr. Libben, who, again, when the scoring travesty is corrected, comes in number 6. So I would have 7 names on the Hall of Fame, and I would put Muhammad Ali in a Walk of Fame, and that's the way I would handle it.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've heard a lot of rumblings about the voting here. I'm not sure there was a travesty. If somebody voted 0, maybe that's how they truly felt for that particular person. Having a new process moving forward sounds like a good idea, and adding the 3 names that were mentioned today are fine with me.
Commissioner Ariel.
Just, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for articulating the situation. It's not the first time this has happened. This is also not the only committee where those things happen, where there's gamesmanship. And we got to look at our selection committees and the report cards that they fill out, the scorecards, because there is gamesmanship. I have been on committees personally before I became a commissioner where I saw it. as a businessman who goes, for RFP, you're subject to people just playing games. They just tank your score deliberately so that they can get their people in, and it's just not fair. And I want to right that wrong today with the individuals mentioned. And I didn't mention, former Commissioner Libin only because I didn't want to sort of overstep my bounds. I wanted to proffer the two names that I proffered. In the case of Muhammad Ali, I think he, definitely belongs on our Hall of Fame. And if you want to do the Walk of Fame, in his case, besides maybe Michael Jordan, he is the most high-profile, significant athlete of the 20th century. Pretty much everyone, that's the consensus view. And in the case of Miami Beach, I think most of us know his history here in Miami Beach, but just to summarize it, he trained here for the heavyweight championship, which probably was the most significant sporting event of the 20th century, certainly the biggest title fight in boxing history. But moreover, in the context of what was going on in our society and the discrimination he faced and the turning point that he made in his life surrounding that championship, that he trained here for that fight and wanted as a young man to be the youngest heavyweight champion of all time at that time. And then he was not allowed to spend the night here in Miami Beach. I just think there's a lot of reasons why he deserves to be on our Hall of Fame. He very much helped Miami Beach and this convention center where we sit today be on the map. So I think it's just a travesty not to have him on the wall. If you want to have him on the Walk of Fame, there's a few individuals that deserve such high accolades. He would be one of them.
Commissioner Minor, so you are, I'm just keeping track. Yes on Muhammad Ali, yes on the Galbid, yes on Libin.
Yep.
Okay. Minor.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'm fine with the amendments. And also, I think that moving forward, we need different criteria. And I think we need two types of halls of fame because you have the Muhammad Ali's, Madonna's, Jackie Gleason, even Meyer Lansky's of the world, Sophie Tucker. You have people that are truly internationally renowned, iconic, whether good, bad, or the other, whether we like them or not, related to our city. And I think those people probably deserve, a different type of billing than our local heroes, which are just as important. So I think we also have to kind of distinguish, what this Hall of Fame really and truly is. I would like our local heroes to be honored at City Hall, where we can all see them all the time, and then some of our iconic heroes possibly in this Walk of Fame. So I definitely think that we need a new criteria, a different process. I'm okay with all of the, congratulations, Jerry.
I love that idea. It's a very good idea.
Right? I mean, because, it's a bizarre thing right now where you've got, Muhammad Ali, and then, no offense, Jared, not that you're not Muhammad Ali, but, there's, it's a different kind of recognition. You understand? We have our local heroes and then the Muhammad Alis of the world. So how can we, distinguish? Like, why wasn't J-Lo? She lives here. She's so famous. She's done a lot for the city. Madonna hasn't been recognized. Has Jackie Gleason even been nominated? I mean, that's crazy. We have true icons that aren't, and, our local heroes.
The Bee Gees, the Gibbs.
What?
Pardon the interruption, but the Gibbs, the Maurice Gibbs.
Yeah,
and
okay, the Gibbs. And, the Bee Gees, I mean, they should definitely be on this list. So I'm fine with all of these additions. I think that we have to do some work with the process moving forward so that we can honor both local and internationally renowned heroes in our Hall of Fame.
Hold on, let me just get to Fernandez, and I'll come back to Ariola.
Well, it seems like the motion and the names put forward have support in the commission. I don't like how the process was administered, but I think process needs to be respected as well. But I'm not going to deny these individuals the unanimous honor of the city commission. And I hear what Commissioner Richardson is mentioning about the Walk of Fame, and I think you mentioned Celia Cruz is on the Walk of Fame. Christina Saralegui is on the Walk of Fame. Ricky Martin is on the Walk of Fame. Hispanic individuals that have contributed greatly to this community. I'd like to see us in the future incorporate here into our wall someone that served with some people that are still in the city administration today, like former Commissioner George Exposito, who played such a pivotal role when the Hispanic Affairs Committee didn't even exist back in the 1990s. He stepped up and he helped create the Hispanic Affairs Committee. He was active and, quite frankly, quite instrumental in pushing forward the Bayshore Park that we all are going to be breaking ground on next week, in part because of his vision and his leadership, a voice that was so powerful within the PTAs of our schools, and one of those pioneering officials, especially for the Hispanic community. In the absence of any other, I'd like to suggest that we incorporate in these names of individuals that we're inducting this year. With much respect to my colleagues, I'd like to amend the motion to include Commissioner Jorge Esposito, who also served on this dais, to be included there.
Wait a second, can I just say something?
Sure.
I think we're getting out of control here with the floor. Well, the thing is, okay, I was okay with the Fourth Amendment, I guess. Okay, I don't even know where the Hall of Fame, where is the Hall of Fame
It's
here?
down the hall.
It's
Right
it's
outside
down the
this
hall?
Down the hall?
It's right outside.
Okay, I'm gonna be inclusive and support it, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but then, now we've really kind of just have thrown all process out, and why don't we just nominate why don't we just put them all on the wall, at the same time, because this is important. I mean, the people who were, I don't want to not support the motion. I'm going to support it, but I do think it's.
He wants to add George Exposito.
But-
So the motion is you want to add George Exposito. Yeah. Was he, just so I know, was he nominated?
No.
Okay, anyone else want to be heard? We're now up to, what is the number up to?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, let's one time. You want to be heard? Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, George Exposito, I liked him a lot, didn't know him as well as you did, but if he wasn't even nominated, I think we should at least nominate him next year and let him go through the process. I mean, that's only fair to everyone who, it's fair to the committee who sat and worked very hard to nominate these folks. It's not easy sitting in a room with people whose names are personal friends of yours or personal friends of folks sitting on the committee and having to choose, and then just to circumvent that and throw a name. I don't think we should do that, Commissioner Fernandez, and I'll be happy to nominate Commissioner Exposito next year and let him go through the selection process.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Yeah, and I would do the same. So I'm concerned about the message it was in, because just because he wasn't nominated, he should be nominated. And so I would join Commissioner Arreola as a private citizen next year to nominate him. And I'm fine to have Muhammad Ali on the Hall of Fame, in addition to potentially in the Walk of Fame, and I can talk about that later when we talk about the budget. Let me just ask one question, Lisette, because I know originally you planned on 5 individuals, I'm sorry, and now we're at 8 potentially. So, because at 5 o'clock I'm going to be talking about this little budget thing that I shepherd along. Do you need any additional funds to go from 3? How much money do you need just so I can deal with this at 5 o'clock?
About 6,000.
I'm sorry?
6,000.
About 6,000, okay. We'll deal with that, members, as it's a nominal amount, but important. So I'm fully supportive of the 8 names that we've mentioned for the Hall of Fame, and I'm fully supportive. I like George Exposito, and I'm fully supportive of nominating him next year, because I want to be respectful of all the people who were nominated. And I will just say, and again, I'm sorry I have to say this out loud, you know, if Muhammad Ali had not been added, there would be no person of color on this list. So I think that's remarkable that as a city, you know, there's not one person of color that was recommended. And I know you had a process, but when this goes for review at the neighborhood committee, I would hope that we can address that issue as well, because diversity is important in this city. We embrace diversity, and we're known for being a welcoming community, and I at all times want people to know that we are a welcoming community, and so diversity is important.
Commissioner Ariola?
I just don't want us to lose what I thought was a really good idea by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. We don't have to decide it today unless you guys want to. The idea of having, you know, local heroes, Hall of Fame, however we want to phrase it, at City Hall, because that's where people will see it. I mean, the reality of having it here in the convention center on the second floor, where you don't have a lot of foot traffic and very few residents will ever see these things, you know, I think if we wanted to explore it, making a very nice Hall of Fame, really to highlight our local heroes in City Hall, where all of us and all the residents can see it, is a very good idea. And then, you know, the Hall of Fame, which would be a Hall of, Walk of Fame, highlighting celebrities, because, you know, tourists and residents, you know, like that, where you see, okay, these are people who lived here in Miami Beach and or who significantly contributed to Miami Beach, the Jackie Gleasons, the Muhammad Alis, the Gibb brothers, you know, et cetera. You know, that's fun. It's a tourist attraction. It's very visible. I mean, to have it here in a hallway in the second floor probably wasn't the best place for it.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To my colleagues, and I'm always very open-minded to different ideas. I came in today ready to support the process, the outcome of the process. We convene committees all the time in the city. We convene selection committees on procurement matters, and we convene committees on different things, and we always trust the outcome of the process. And Robin and her committee did a very important task for us. But then when we deviate from the process, and we say, you know, let's change the rules for today, and one part of the process, we're opening up the process. We're changing the process already. We're saying, let's change the rules as it relates to the numbers, but let's not change the rules as it relates as to whether someone was nominated or not. I think it's only fair. We're changing the rules. We're changing the rules. It's the opportunity to honor someone who deserves to be honored. That all of us, we're going to be taking the credit for something that was initiated by someone else when we do that groundbreaking. So I think the same way that this commission is using its authority and its prerogative to waive the procedure on the numbers, if we like, we can do it. We can change then also the procedure on the nomination. And I would nominate him from the floor right now, because the same way we're changing the numbers, then we can also change who we consider to put there. And I'd respectfully like to be able to consider that.
Okay. Let's try to bring this in. Let me just say one thing. I haven't really spoken on this. I was prepared to just accept the recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
That was what the committee did. And I'm prepared to accept the three that have been added, Commissioner Fernandez, because I think although you are correct, it is deviates. I understood what was said, and I understood that at least there were nominated people, and there was a process, and there was some concerns, and I think we have previously, I think, added, and they seem to be in the line. By the way, I very much thought Commissioner Exposito was a wonderful commissioner. What I'm not prepared to do is, I think there are shades of process, and I think, and I understand your frustration. And as I mentioned, I would have supported the original without any changes, but I think that the three are different than someone who wasn't nominated at all. So I will support these three, being added on. I think they already have a lot of support in any event. Anyone else want to be heard? Yeah, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I would just, if Nancy Liebman is listening, I would like to congratulate her right now. I know if you're listening out there in cyberspace, Nancy, you have fought hard for preservation. You're beloved by all of us. I see you quite often because you're at 5600, but congratulations on this. And also just a shout out to our former commissioner and colleague, Mark Samulin, who is also being nominated right now, and that is very special too. So,
Okay, thank you. Are there 4 votes? Oh, wait, well, let's go, I'm assuming everybody's voting for the original 5? So let's just do hands on everybody else. Muhammad Ali, if you're for Muhammad Ali, you got it. Okay, who was the next one? Oh, the Galbets. Okay, Jerry Libin, this is exactly what we wanted to not do. And I want to let the record show that Mr. Libin supported him. And now let's go to Mr. Exposito. Okay, then we've got the 3. Thank you all. We're done with that. The names are...
Mayor, I think we probably need to do a motion for our referral to neighborhoods, or is that part of the written item already?
It's not part of the item.
So I'll amend it to say, let's do a referral to neighborhood to review this process, and also to ask the committee to review the potential for the Walk of Fame, and I will also talk about that at 5 o'clock as part of the budget. Yeah, I love that idea too, to review where it should be, because you're quite right. Both Commissioner Ariel and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez mentioned people don't even know it's up here, right? And maybe it should be in City Hall. So, so I think we can show the referral done.
Okay, show it done.
So,
all right.
Mr. Mayor, just so that I know, so we're doing Judy Drucker, Michael Tilson Thomas, Seymour and Edith Gelber, Nancy Lehman, Mark Samelian, Muhammad Ali, Russell Galbin, and that's it? We're stopping there?
And Jerry Libin.
Jerry Libin.
And Jerry Libin.
Okay.
All right. Jerry Libin, okay.
Thank you.
So,
all right, it is 11:40. Let's try to get through these last consent items. C7W, please.
C7W is accept public safety, neighborhood quality of life recommendation, conduct commission workshop on traffic management, C7W.
Commissioner Richardson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I just pulled the item because of the timing. I was away, but Commissioner Minor, I think, I don't want to misspeak, so if I get this wrong, I apologize. I think your aide contacted mine about a date, and I wasn't available, and then we got a call back and said that you were moving forward anyway. So I would like to be included. I don't know if there's a date, and I don't know who's calling the meeting, if the mayor's calling the meeting, or
yeah, we'll organize it.
So we need to have a date where everybody's available, and also I do worry that maybe we should do this after the new commission is seated. So anyway, I think we need to work on the timing. I'm not opposed to it. I think we just need to work on the timing.
Yeah, by the way, Commissioner Russo, that's the first I heard that you were not available. I didn't arrange the scheduling, so.
Okay, well, maybe the aides, talk to your aide. Yeah, because I said I wasn't available, and then we got a call back saying that you wanted to move forward anyway without me.
Absolutely, 100%, unequivocally incorrect. I would never, ever do that
Thank you.
to anyone on this dais. So
Thank you.
If you're not available, I wouldn't not do it without you. It's the first I hear of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll accept the recommendation.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
On this item, I just have a question, because when this was referred to the Neighborhoods Committee, to the Public Safety Committee, back in February, I had an item asking the administration to convene a roundtable with transportation roundtable with FDOT, Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works, the City of Miami, and other coastal cities to discuss regional traffic concerns. Because we can come together as a commission, and we amongst ourselves can talk all we want till we're blue in the face about traffic. And that gets us as far as we've gotten now, nowhere. We need to be talking with our partners. What is Miami-Dade County doing to help traffic flow and synchronize the traffic signals more efficiently? What is FDOT doing to add capacity in the causeways and make sure that there's not a bottleneck when people get to I-95 and they can't get to the express lane, causing a backup all the way into our city? What are the other cities doing to join in our efforts, our neighbors to the north on the island, and what's the city of Miami doing across the bay, and how can we coordinate as cities to help address this? And that's the item I had on the agenda earlier this year. It got pulled. I think Commissioner Richardson suggested that we discuss this at the Public Safety Committee. It went to the Public Safety Committee. Now we're here. I just want to make sure, Commissioner Minor, that the item that we have on the agenda is not just a commission workshop amongst us, but that we bring the other stakeholders on the table so that we have a more productive and a more robust conversation that our community deserves.
Yeah, so I'm so frustrated right now because there's so much misinformation out there. I'll let Jose talk about it, but this workshop, is everyone, the county, the state, Coast Guard, everyone's involved, and that's kind of why it's been so difficult to schedule this. This was supposed to be scheduled, by the way, this came up at the public safety meeting, independent of what you put together, which I believe you did already, and our committee, it's you and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, all agreed to it. I actually was told by the administration a couple of times that we did not need to bring this to commission for approval, that since it was a workshop, we can go forward. And by the way, it was initially scheduled without bringing it to commission. And then I was actually surprised to see it on commission when I was told that it didn't need to go through this process. I don't mind putting on this process, but I was just told that it was going to happen, and we had already been trying to schedule it. Now I hear that my name is being thrown around as ignoring a commissioner's not being willing to attend, which I would never do. But yes, this is a commission workshop. By the way, I don't think we should wait till after the election. I think the fact that it's October 23rd is too late already. We are heading into the height of the season where we are going to be bombarded once again with the difficulties that we face. I mean, we've tried to take some steps to mitigate, but we're likely to see the same problems and issues that we had last winter. And now we're first having the meeting in October. This meeting should have been 4 or 5 months ago when it was initially when I initially proposed it, and our committee at Public Safety approved it. I don't think we can wait any longer, and just let's let's find a date where all our partners, I think right now we had commitments from all these outside agencies, AFDOT, Coast Guard, to appear on the 23rd. If we have to move it, obviously now we're going to have to engage with those agencies and try to figure out a date. But I think this is of utmost importance. We cannot keep delaying this because we have Art Basel coming up. We have the winter coming up. We are going to get, you know it. We're going to get bombarded with complaints, and then people are going to say, and I'll point out, like, well, we had a commission workshop that we had all these agencies coming, but it kept getting pushed back.
Yeah, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Ralph, will you change my vote on the Commissioner Exposito Hall of Fame thing to a yes? I don't know if that changes the outcome, but
No.
it doesn't. Well, anyway, change my vote. Reflect that in the record. I'm supportive of the workshop. We should have had the workshop a long time ago, and then we started to get the traffic.
Point of information, just that means that the George Exposito vote was 3-0, I mean 3-4?
Yep.
4-3 vote, okay. That's one short.
Okay.
I just wanted, because you know what, really, and I understand that Commissioner Fernandez, I feel there were no Hispanics that we nominated. I know this is unrelated to the item, but we did have a nominee, Susana Jimenez, who could have been and who is iconic in Argentina, and we do have a large Argentine community, so that would have been more germane to this thing. But I'm going to vote yes on the Exposito thing. And anyway, I'm all for anything traffic related, because we're going to start getting the complaints again, and then we can say, and we can't really say that we're being proactive if we don't hold this workshop. So the sooner the better, the more the merrier. Let's get it done, whatever we can do.
And by the way, Commissioner Richardson, I'm just being informed that your aide had told my aide that you could attend virtually that day. If we can't get we cannot get these, and I did not know this is the first time I'm hearing of even that was an issue, but if you can attend in some form or fashion, we're not going to be able to schedule with these regulatory agencies again. It's very difficult. That's why it's taken months.
Yeah,
Okay.
because of sunshine, we can't.
There's no
be-
vote on this. It's just, it's a workshop.
Yeah, no, I know. It's too bad we can't be in the same room and have all these conversations. I only know what my aide told me, and anyway, I put that on the record already.
Okay. Are we, got the item done? Are we accepting it? We're going to move forward and get a date and,
We have a date,
okay.
So
All
what's
right.
the date, what's the date of this workshop?
October 23rd.
October 23rd.
I don't think we do have a date. Because I think, Commissioner, you just said that you would have a date where I'm available.
I understand, but but what I'm being told now is different than what you just said. I was just told that your aide told my aide, and we can debate this, and we can't have this, but I was told that you could attend virtually. I didn't know any of this. I didn't even know that there was an issue with you.
Okay,
Nobody ever told me this.
What I
let me try
heard
to-
is that there was a question about whether I could attend virtually, not that I said that I could. But anyway, let's just all be cooperative and find a date where we're all available.
It's not about when
Okay,
we're
well,
available.
one at a
The
time.
state, the agencies, there's Coast Guard, there's FDOT, there's county. We've been trying to get dates for months. Like I said, this was approved out of our public safety meeting literally 5 months ago, and here we are still. And what's frustrating to me also is I was told we didn't have to bring this to commission, which again, I have no problem. Our commission should weigh in, but now we may potentially lose more months.
Okay, listen. The only question is whether they're going to have it on October 23rd. Commissioner Richardson, you have a problem with that date? Okay, all right. So, members, one of our colleagues would like to be there in person. I don't have a problem with moving the date. Some people have already spoken about maybe moving the date for the next commission. I'm fine either way. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Commissioner Minor.
Alina, who's been coordinating this with FDOT, Coast Guard, and the county?
I am assuming Jose has. Jose, have you been coordinating that? And if I could just clarify what I know, I think there was a comprehensive agenda item, I can't remember when, that I believe was sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez, that had a multitude of traffic initiatives. That item was never heard. Pieces of the item were discussed at a full commission meeting, but the piece regarding the workshop was never heard or voted on. Somehow, I believe that gets referred, or the conversation ends up taking place in committee, and what comes out of committee is a direction that the workshop be scheduled. Obviously, we, the administration, can't convene a workshop of the City Commission, but I do believe that Jose and his staff have been doing homework to facilitate a date that was provided as a date that was acceptable. So have those agencies been confirmed, Jose?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation Director. We've received confirmation from Miami-Dade County, and I believe FDOT as well. We're pending confirmation from the U.S. Coast Guard. We've also invited them as well, and we're in the process of formulating the topics to be discussed for the workshop scheduled for October 23rd.
Mr. Mayor.
I wasn't finished yet. Mayor, I had the floor.
Oh, go ahead.
Jose, how difficult is this to get a mutual convenient date with the regulatory agencies?
It's been challenging, both internally as well as with our external partners, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm just going to put this out there. We have to have this meeting. We have to have this meeting with FDOT, with the county, with the Coast Guard. We need to have this, and I hope we're reaching out to our neighboring cities as well, because we contribute to their problem, but they contribute to our problem as well, and we need to be coordinated in our efforts. I'll tell you why we're here right now, because the administration took direction from committee. Committees do not give direction. Committees give recommendations that are then adopted by the commission. The recommendation of the committee should have come back before the administration started implementing, and for as important as it is, and we want to move swiftly. So just something to be mindful of for the future. Committees do not give direction, What comes out of committees need to be ratified by the commission so that we're all on the same page, so that you all are getting clear and a unified message and not a broken up message, a message from a committee that then you're getting, a different type of feedback from commission or not complete feedback. So I'm just gonna put that out there, just something to be mindful of. But thank you. You guys are working hard, and we throw more and more stuff at you guys every single day. So it's just great that we're moving forward.
Commissioner
And
Minor,
that
you're
is
recognized.
why the item is on the agenda today, to make sure that we have the full consensus.
Okay, Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Rose Gonzalez.
I mean, I guess to some extent it's in your hands, Commissioner Richardson. I mean, I know ideally it would be in person. I guess I'm making a plea. I think this is so important to go forward. I mean, we're not voting that day. There's no vote. It's just to get everybody in the room and try to get things resolved. I mean, is it possible you could attend virtually?
Mayor, let me just.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm just frustrated, and I think Commissioner Fernandez just articulated it. This is the first time in 4 years that we're going to have a workshop, and Mayor, your office usually coordinates all
Yep.
this stuff, right? And
Yep.
all of a sudden, the administration has taken guidance from a committee and has set a date, and now I'm a bad guy because I'm
You're not
not
a bad guy.
available that day, and all these people were lined up without any commission guidance, any permission. It's so bizarre. It's the first time in 4 years I've seen it done. And then I'm having Commissioner Minor is perhaps doing us all a favor by taking the lead coordinating everybody, but I'm away for the break, and then I get a call about this is the date that it's been scheduled, and it has not even been approved by the commission. That's what we're doing today. And all of a sudden, you've lined up all these people, and I'm the bad guy because I'm not available, and you've already done all this work. So this is like
Please, one at a
putting
time,
the
one
cart
at a
before the horse, really.
And let me just say this, look, first of all, you're not the bad guy. I understand you want to be there because frankly, I think it's important and you want to be there. And honestly, we would typically do that, either Michelle would do it or someone from Alina's. So I don't have a problem with moving it so you're available, whatever it is. In fact, I think that's what they're coming here for. And Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, did you give your hand up?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
In my opinion, there's no point in having this meeting if the Coast Guard isn't present, because one of our biggest challenges that we have is the 63rd Street Bridge, and we need to be able to make sure that that bridge is shut down during certain hours, extended hours, especially during the season here. To have that meeting without the Coast Guard is useless.
Mayor, if I could also add,
Yeah.
you know what's remarkable is I'm the city's representative on the TPO.
Yeah.
The first word, transportation, right? And I wasn't consulted about a date, and the staff has moved forward with getting a date. You would think that the city's representative for the TPO would be consulted,
All right.
given
so
that
listen,
that's my responsibility.
Let me just,
Can I speak?
yeah, let's go, and then I'm going to sort of try to bring this in. Go ahead, Commissioner.
What frustrates me, Commissioner Richardson, it's not the first time you've done this. You're putting this on me. I cannot have a conversation with you because of sunshine reasons. If you want to blame the administration, focus on them. You seem to be throwing this at me. This idea came out of a public safety meeting. It was in the administration's hands to determine how best to do it. I was told multiple times, I even raised the prospect, doesn't this need to go to commission? And I was told no. That's what I was told. So I am following the guidance that is given us. Sorry I'm not mentioning any names, but that was what I was told. And I mentioned this in the agenda briefing. So I just follow the guidance that I'm given. This needs to be done, though. So if there was a mess up, by the way, there was an email yesterday the city sends out about some parking configuration that residents are reaching out to me furious about. It's a separate issue. And the whole email the city sent out to probably tens of thousands of people say that it was a committee memorandum. All it talks about is committee. Never came to commission. So all of a sudden, our city seems to be taking a lot of directions from committee. I'm not disagreeing with you with that. I'm just saying your frustration is misplaced at me. I'm just trying to get this done because our residents are demanding it. We need to do this. And now we're spending months just trying to get a date and this just has to be done.
Okay, thank you. Listen.
And Mayor, I just want to say to Commissioner Minor, I have no ill will towards him or his office. It's just, it's never been done like this. Normally what happens is, Michelle, yours calls up and says, what dates are you available? And then we give you dates, and in this case, it's a commissioner that is coordinating the date, and it's just unusual.
I got it.
I don't.
We don't have to keep
No, I'm
going.
sorry. I'm getting very frustrated. I was not coordinating the dates. I believe, actually, Brenda from Transportation and then Robert I'm learning this from the first time. I asked the city administration how to get this done. It is up to them to get it done, and now that it's coming back to commission is no fault of mine. We need to coordinate with these outside agencies. I mean, you want to punt it to next year? Punt it to next year. But you know what? I'm being sarcastic. We have to get this done. I mean, this is literally one of the top two: public safety, traffic, overdevelopment. I mean, resiliency. Those are the 4 big issues in our city. And let's get it done. Hall of Fame is nice and everything. We spent an hour on something that most of our residents could care less about.
Okay, listen, guys, this is a scheduling issue. I would ask the commission to allow Michelle and Jose and whoever else to come up with a date as soon as possible where everybody's available. I can't believe it's going to be that hard, where all of us who want to be present in the room are in the room.
I've spent 5 months trying to get this done.
Okay, well, I understand.
It's hard.
I understand that. Let me.
And this is why it's hard, because it just keeps getting delayed. You know, this is what really upsets me. If you take this meeting, this is a 10-hour meeting, and you actually focus on the actual time we spent on addressing resident issues, and it's literally minuscule. We end up in these debates, we end up talking about things, about honors and this, that our residents don't care about.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time on this, and I'd like to just, can you work to get a better date? Does anyone object to that?
No,
Commissioner Reyes-Gonzalez.
I would just like to echo that. I mean, I think today has been a very different meeting, and I would like to thank the mayor for calling the items in order and focusing on these traffic things. But I think we are where we are right now because we have spent so much time on certain issues, like the alcohol hours of operation, the project on Alton Road. I mean, these come up and they're hours and hours and hours and hours, and then we really can't get the things that we need to get done, public works, traffic. That's why we're standing here right now. Congratulations, Mayor, because I really do think that today we're addressing these issues finally. Thank you.
Okay. All right, can we, can we agree to schedule this at a time when we're all available? Are we okay with that?
Yes, and also, could you take the lead as we normally
Yeah,
do?
I'll
and
have,
just-
Michelle will reach out to everybody, we'll get dates, and we'll work with Jose to make sure our partners are there. Look, these folks should be available.
I'd
because-
like to make a motion that we go forward on October 23rd.
Can you attend by Zoom, Commissioner Richard? I'll second it, but only if.
Or in the alternative, within a week of October 23rd.
I'm not going to be put on the spot publicly in this display of dramatics. I'm sorry. This is unfair. We don't coordinate these things through an individual commissioner's office. It's done through the mayor's office. Let the process work.
Listen, guys,
I made a motion.
Okay. All right, is there a second?
I mean, Commissioner Richardson, I'm going to second the motion only because I want to have a meeting, but I want you to be able to attend it too. So maybe through the mayor's office, we can.
Well, here's the problem. Look, no, please. You've had a lot of opportunity in this. Let me just say this. Typically, when a commissioner wants to be at a meeting, we try to make it available to them. Commissioner Richardson has said he would like to be at this meeting. And typically, this is coming back to us from neighborhoods, asking us to set the meeting or giving us a date. Why don't you just simply say, we want to have this meeting as soon as possible? We will work with everybody to get it. We won't, this is the way it's been organized. It's just, I think, as the fait accompli to Commissioner Richardson, it's put him in a tough spot for no reason. So let's try to just come up with a date. Direct us to do that. If you want to just say we're going to do it on October 23rd, no matter what, I think you're putting him in a position where he can't attend the meeting, which he wants to. And we should be able to find a date in October. We should be able to find a date in early November. It's not. We're not going to kick it down the road past that.
Mayor?
Yeah.
There is no meetings in November because the election's going to be coming up. So I'll amend my motion that we go forward either on October 23rd or no later than October 30th. Any other date. That gives us 6 weeks. But that also is contingent on having our regulatory, so I'm open to it. It doesn't have to be October 23rd. I would love to accommodate Commissioner Richardson. What I don't want to have happen is that we are going to be after the height of the season of traffic, and we're not going to have this meeting that is so necessary. So I think that's a fair motion, October 23rd or no later than October 30th if we can find another reasonable date.
The other option is we could see if over the break we can find some dates and come back
To break.
over this hour.
Oh.
Yeah, when we're gone. Just let's defer this till after, and if we have some
I thought
dates
there was
available,
another
we'll do it.
August recess or something like that. Would be great.
Yeah, does that work? Let's give it the hour. Okay, I want to bring up one item before we leave. So we're going to defer this till after lunch. C7AJ, the last item, I think Commissioner Minor, you, okay, call up the item.
C7AJ is condemned censorship in education by state of Florida, C7AJ.
Okay, I know you're going to say something, but someone has to move it first. Okay, I'll second it. Go ahead, Commissioner Minor.
Just consistent with my March 2021 memo, I'm going to vote no.
Although it's against my better instinct, I want to pitch you on why maybe this is different. This isn't a resolution about, some large issue in Washington or Argentina. What's interesting about this and why I put it on there, and I typically don't do these, the reason I did is because it's about the 6 schools in our district, and they are in our district. They are the fact that, children going to school are going to be told there's there's a silver lining to slavery. The fact that the Miami-Dade Commission refused to have Pride Week because, as a couple people said, it's indoctrination. I couldn't think of something more homophobic than that. So these are not strangers. This is not an issue that's alienated from us. It's literally about our schools, the 6 schools in our city that our kids go to. And by the way, even though it is our school system, I think everybody, including you, have had many, many hearings about construction and other things, and we spend money in our schools. It's not as if these are not important to us. So for me, I think this is a little different than what you have previously said. You'd prefer not to vote on a consistency point of view. It is a school system that our children go to, and I thought that it was a little bit different. I actually wrote it thinking you might be interested in it. Go ahead.
No, and thank you for that. So I want to explain the genesis, and I've said this several times, of my March 2021 memo. I'm happy to share it with anyone. And my memo, by the way, gives 7 reasons why on issues that we that we have no jurisdiction over, that we cannot control, regulate. These resolutions that we're passing are symbolic. Who knows if anybody's even reading them? But the point is, what happened is, at every meeting, these items are on. As a commissioner, I get probably 75 to 100 emails the day before a commission meeting. There's several hundred items, 3,000 pages. And yet I found myself before every meeting spending about an hour to 2 hours trying to learn about legislation out of Tallahassee or the federal government that I'm not intimately familiar with. Yes, I'm not living in a cave. I mean, I know what's generally going on, but I don't know the nuances of all these things because we don't control it. We do not legislate this. And if I wanted to legislate this, I'd run for office in Tallahassee or in Washington, but I don't. I actually want to be here in Miami Beach, working on Miami Beach issues. So the problem for me is I am not intimately familiar enough with all these issues. And by the way, these resolutions are also prepared by a city attorney's office, so they have to spend their time doing something that is not part of their routine duties. And there's explosive language in here. But everyone looks at the headline, but there's also a lot of whereas clauses that are thrown in that some of them are actually quite explosive sometimes. And I just think we're better off when we focus on the issues right now. Again, instead of talking about resident issues and about the things that really our residents are concerned about, we're voting on symbolic resolutions that we don't control and we can't control and that I don't have intimate familiarity with. So that's all. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I didn't speak about it. I just said my March 2020 memo, but you kind of forced me to address why I do this. My time is better spent answering each resident email, which I do, but that takes me hours, and focusing on the agenda that we can control. That takes me days and hours, instead of issues and spending time trying to learn about the specifics of legislation that we don't control or we don't legislate in Miami Beach.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
And by the way, I've been very consistent on this, on a number of issues, including Jewish-related issues. There was an anti-Semitism measure that I voted no because I'm just being consistent on anything that we don't control in Miami Beach.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is very much our responsibility to know what is happening in Tallahassee. They would have passed a bill that would have wiped out our historic districts had we not been attentive and in tune to what is happening in Tallahassee and following that. Not being even more attentive, perhaps we didn't engage as much in the fight against the Live Local Act to get much needed local protections in there to prevent the unintended consequences. It is very much our responsibility to know what other jurisdictions of government are doing, so much so that we're asking them to come to the table on issues. We're asking the state to come into our chambers to discuss issues important to our community with the state. We're asking the federal government to come into our chambers to discuss issues that are important to our community because we need the Coast Guard at the table. We just can't cherry pick that because one issue might be more important to a segment of our constituency. It might not be as other issues then shouldn't be addressed. No, all issues are important. For some people, you know, the traffic issue, it is a huge issue, and we need to address it, and we need to work with Tallahassee and Miami-Dade County and the federal government on it in our capacity as city commissioners, not as representatives in Tallahassee, not as county commissioners, not as members of Congress. And the same way, we have parents in our community that are part of the LGBTQ community, that they deserve to be recognized by Tallahassee. They deserve to be recognized by our schools. We have students that feel that they're marginalized. We have people whose history is being censored because of policies of Tallahassee, because of policies of the school board. And why is it important? Because then it comes back locally. It comes back to us. Our own committees, our Black Affairs Advisory Committee, the young members of our Youth Commission took the leadership to have to document the history then that other governments want to censor. And so it is very much our responsibility to focus on these issues, because when we say we shouldn't be focusing on you know, sending messages to Tallahassee on LGBTQ issues, you know, another day there'll be someone sitting here that will say, well, then we shouldn't be doing it on other issues. We shouldn't be sending them messages on you know, stopping preemptions on FAR issues, and we shouldn't be sending them messages. You know, a pro-development commission could be saying, you know what, we shouldn't be messing with Tallahassee on the Live Local Act. Let them go ahead and do what they do. And then who ends up dealing with the unintended consequences? The residents and taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. It's our job. It's our job not just to represent our constituency locally, but it's our job to represent them in other areas, like with the state. And it's important. It's important for them to hear that we condemn, that we don't agree with censoring, with manipulating, with distorting. It's not just history of people. It's what people have lived. The suffering of people, and acknowledging that it was real, that it happened, because when they don't do it in Tallahassee or in the schools, then we have to come in the back end and make sure that people really do know the real history that did happen. We don't get to choose our history, but we get to learn from our history to build a better, a more compassionate, a more loving future. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for this item. I fully support you in it.
Commissioner Minor, you want to be heard?
So look what just happened. All I did was refer to a memo, which, by the way, I've done about probably 40 times since I wrote that memo, and yet you and the mayor decided. You spoke beautifully, by the way, and I give you credit for the eloquency. But again, stay in our lane. And the last 2 and something hours, we talked about the Hall of Fame committee. We talked about scheduling a commission workshop on traffic that I've been trying to schedule for 5 months, and now we're talking about something, these are important issues. I am not discounting the importance of these issues. I'm just saying it's not for me. And by the way, this would have passed 6-1. Everyone could have just moved on and it would have been 6-1. I didn't even say a word about it because I'm not actually addressing any of the issues. I'm just saying on these types of issues, no matter what it is, and I've been consistent on a whole range of issues, I'm just going to vote no. And that's the end of it.
Mayor, I've got.
Commissioner Richardson, then Commissioner
Yeah,
Arreola.
I would say, Commissioner Fernandez, you were more than eloquent. You were meaningful, and I totally agree with your statements that this is an important part of our job. We need to let people in our community know that even though the school board did not support LGBT History Month, that we support it here. Again, we're very diverse and inclusive. You know, we just earlier today, I think it was unanimous, 7-0, to send a message to our lobbyists on what we wanted them to focus on in Tallahassee, even though we don't get a vote on that, right? We're telling them where to put our focus. This is no different. We're telling the world this is where our focus is right now. And I appreciate, Mayor, that you brought this item. I would respectfully ask the clerk to add my name as a co-sponsor along with you and Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Arreola.
Yeah, this will pass 5-2, Commissioner Minor. On this issue, I'm absolutely against censorship. And as someone who people love to try to censor for speaking their mind, this is a loaded issue, especially with schools and it comes to children. You know, I just don't know enough about every single meeting, every single book that is being pulled. But my due diligence on this, and I've actually ordered a few books to read for myself. Some of the stuff that I've seen, it's just low quality stuff to begin with, and then there is elements where, you know, what's the real agenda there? So I mean, these are legitimate debates that are happening at school boards and in Tallahassee. So I don't personally want to, put my name on a resolution saying, stop censorship. They're getting it right and wrong, both sides, and both sides are misbehaving, and both sides, are making mistakes. But it's a legitimate conversation that needs to be happening, in terms of the quality of the books and materials that are being presented to our children, and what's really behind messages and agendas and quality. So I don't want to just, have some kind of blanket statement saying that what they're doing is wrong. I think it's legitimate and it needs to be aired. And in some cases, I think they've done the right thing, and in some cases, maybe they've gone too far. But I don't want to get involved in this particular one because right now this is not our purview on this particular issue.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a side comment, because I think it's important for us to understand how sometimes these messages from other governments, other jurisdictions, how they do ultimately affect us locally. When I attend the meetings of the Greater Miami Conventions and Visitors Bureau, we hear it there, how we are, how we risk losing business, how business that they try to attract to our community is in jeopardy because of some of the rhetoric that comes out of Tallahassee, especially on African American studies and LGBTQ issues. Even this past week, Monica, my aide, and I, we met in my office with an event, a corporation that was planning on bringing their annual meeting to Miami Beach. And they were strongly considering moving to another place because of all the rhetoric in the state of Florida and of everything they've heard from the school board on LGBTQ issues. And that company was getting emails from their workforce expressing concerns coming to our community, the most inclusive and the most loving community, the most welcoming community, and the company was asking me to help them convince their employees to still want to come to Miami Beach because of everything that they're hearing come out of Tallahassee and the school board. So this is more than just symbolism. I want the community to know why we do this also, because it's not just important for us, for me as an openly gay elected official, to support my own community and other communities that have struggled. But people are watching these resolutions. They see the ones that are perceived to be attacking communities and that are attacking communities, but they also see ours. And they make decisions as to where to invest their dollars and which communities to take their conferences and events based on that. And for a tourist-driven economy, for Miami Beach, we risk a lot if we start sending the wrong message or what can be perceived as a wrong message. So I just wanted to share those two anecdotes with you guys, with my colleagues, because I just think it's important to keep it in mind. It is important.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, look, by the way, and I'll just briefly, our legal department files amicus briefs all across the country on these issues. We do spend time and resources on them, and our schools are in our city, and we are regularly in our schools talking about things that we don't have absolutely any legal authority over, but we do it anyway because it's important to our residents. And and I heard you speak, Commissioner Fernandez, at the Miami-Dade School Board meeting, and I thought you were really eloquent. But it really was, it sort of hurt me when I saw them say that simply a Pride Month was an indoctrination, and I don't think that language makes sense in this century. But that said, I don't have a problem with us speaking out on it. I don't think it's a waste of time to take a position, even if there's some conflict in the position, because I think if you have residents who feel who are gay, who have, they see that and they obviously are crestfallen, if not worse. So I don't have a problem with this. Let's go ahead and we'll show it 5-2. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry to keep, I'm actually saying that we're spending too much time in this and then I keep speaking, but I think if somebody who's watching this at home and hasn't read this resolution, they will say, well, this is an LGBTQ resolution. It's not. It's actually has many different issues. And there's talking about Black History Month, there's talking about LGBTQ issues, and as Commissioner Arriola said, there's dealing with censorship issues. There's so much in here. And that was my point. I'm not giving an opinion one way or the other. I'm just saying, and I've done this on a lot of issues, I'm just saying I don't think we should be discussing this here at the commission, and that's why I'm voting no, and simple as that.
Okay, anyone else opposed? All right, show it past 5-2. Okay, we're going to be back in 1 hour for Sutnick. We're going to probably take up, although there's some time certain for your scheduling, we are going to have, I'm going to try to do the homeless camping issue early in the afternoon for those of you who want to be here. So if you speak in Sutnick on it, you'll have time to speak at that point. And there are some other items, and we also are going to continue to work on the scheduling of our transportation workshop. Anything you have to say since we're, yep, all right, thank you all.
What time we going?
No, we're at lunch.